Labrīt, godājumie
Good morning, dear guests,
attendees of the conference. I'm privileged to greet you all on this brilliant hybrid conference. My name is Gunārs Valdmanis, and today I will be performing duties of a moderator. And now, if you don't mind, it was our decision that we are trying to reach Latvian audience specifically, especially local communities and municipalities. So therefore, my main language, specifically my main language for this event will be Latvian, but I will be flexible. Dāmas un kungi, tātad...
So, ladies and gentlemen, I just wanted to give you a brief introduction with myself. My name is Gunārs Valdmanis. I will be the moderator of this conference, and I will be speaking mostly in Latvian during this event in order to best reach the valuable, important players in our audience, but I will also be flexible in the language regime. And first of all, I would like to open this conference by giving the floor to our main host, Ms. Baiba MILTOVIČA, for her opening speech. Please, the floor is yours.
Labrīt.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Madam Minister, Honorable Head of the European Commission representation in Latvia. Today we are joined by guests from both Latvia as well as the European Economic and Social Committee. And it is my pleasure to welcome you all here and at this event. Our conference today is taking place both in presence and remotely. And I would like to stress directly that the main organizers of the conference are both the European Economic and Social Committee as well as the Ministry of Economics of the Republic of Latvia, because some while ago in Nice during the French presidency, while discussing housing issues at the Ministerial Council, we met and we decided that accessibility to affordable housing is an important issue that we need to discuss further, and that is why we have gathered here in Latvia today, and thank you for your support by joining us as well. I'd also like to point out that in Latvia I am better known as the member of the board of the Consumer Protection Association. Abroad I'm better known as a member of the European Economic and Social Committee and the president of the Section for Transport, Energy, Infrastructure and Information Society. And I will now switch to English to continue my opening speech.
Affordable and decent housing is always been a subject that is always topical and that keeps being at top of the priorities. Not only for Latvia, but also for the European level. Of course, we know that housing is also going through different crises. As we know, the health crisis by COVID situation, we know the war crisis with a war situation in Ukraine, and we also know the situation that is currently by energy prices, and this is making many effects for many social groups. Committee has long been involved in the discussions at European level on sustainable and affordable housing and, of course, also energy efficiency. We have worked hard to make a debate move forward, to find solutions and to bring also to build bridges among citizens and also other stakeholders. Just this year, committee adopted opinion on new European Bauhaus, an organized webinar dedicated to this initiative. There are also some of the members of the committee that worked on this opinion as rapporteurs and members of the study group. Committee also participated in ministerial conference on housing and construction organized by the French presidency, as I mentioned, in the Nice early this year. Today's conference is co-organized by Ministry of Economics of Latvia and is a continuation of our efforts, and it aims to gathering stakeholders from civil society, platforms and organizations at national and also European level, in order to make a good debate today, asking questions and most probably to find answers or good solutions keeping forward. The conference will address 4 main questions into 3 panels. As you can see in your program, identifying the beneficiaries at the right financial instruments, exchanging on how to improve the energy efficiency of buildings, and considering the proper interaction among local, national, and EU level. We have distinguished guests. We have also many international stakeholders here, and many of them will be connected remotely because of the not polluting air and environment, and not probably easy to travel in these days when the holiday season is here. And I would like to also thank our moderator of the 3 panels of today, Mr. Gunārs Valdmanis. And Gunārs is a representative of Latvian Association of Power Engineers and Energy Constructors. So we have a right moderator for the right topic of today. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and I will wish you a very good and fruitful debate and discussions of today.
Thank you very much, Baiba, for your nice introduction words. Paldies, liels, Baiba, tātad.
Thank you for your introduction, and I will now give the floor to our next speakers for their opening remarks. Next, I will give the floor to Ms. Christa SCHWENG, who is the EESC president. She will be joining us remotely. So, Christa, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Gunārs. Dear Minister INDRIKSONE, dear Ambassador PETRE, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to welcome you to today's conference on affordable and decent housing in the EU. I'd like to thank the Latvian government for the joint organization and for hosting us in Riga. Given the current geopolitical situation, providing sustainable and affordable housing for people and businesses today and in the future is a top priority for us. I'm pleased that today we bring together local, national, and European actors to discuss the challenges ahead and find coherent solutions. We still fight the economic and social consequences of the COVID-19 crisis. Now, we also face the current energy supply crisis triggered by the war in Ukraine and the unprecedented increase in energy prices. In its spring 2022 economic forecasts, the European Commission had to revise the EU's growth outlook downwards and the forecast for inflation upwards. All of that has intensified the severity of the housing crisis across Europe. We've already several very promising initiatives at European and national level, contributing to the overarching goal of building a greener and fairer Europe. For instance, the EESC fully endorses that the renovation wave strategy and the new European Bauhaus initiative build on the pillars of the Green Deal and the European Pillar of Social Rights. Stepping up the energy performance of buildings is key. The aim is to at least double renovation rates in the European Union by breaking down long-standing barriers to energy and resource-efficient renovation, as well as improving reuse and recycling. Introducing decarbonized heating and cooling systems also increases the energy performance of buildings. housing remains the competence of the member states. But many actors are involved at European, national and local level from the public and private side. I strongly believe, given the many persisting challenges we face on the housing crisis, that we must work together to find workable solutions that help the people and businesses in need. Today, we will focus on 3 key issues to be addressed in this context. First, who should benefit from affordable housing and how to define households in need. Second, which financial instruments work best. We have to identify the best funding practices. An additional challenge remains then to broadly share the best funding practices across the local and national institutions in charge so that we can learn from each other. And third, how to boost investments in energy efficiency of buildings, how to better integrate the European Union, national and the local levels. Today's conference will allow us to have an open exchange, to share our views and experiences and learn from each other. To be successful, we must build a strong dialogue between the stakeholders. Opportunities like today to bring together those involved in implementing and monitoring actions to support sustainable housing should be provided. This is true in particular for civil society organizations. They play a decisive role in facilitating dialogue between citizens, businesses, workers, and decision makers, thanks to their expertise and networks on the ground. I look forward to hearing examples of best practices of the Latvian civil society today. As for the EESC, we stand ready to contribute even further to our common goals. Ladies and gentlemen, access to good quality and sustainable housing is a basic need for all of us, now and for the future generations to come. It is key to achieving a number of economic, environmental, and social policy objectives and to promoting equal opportunities, social inclusion, and mobility. So let's work together and put our commitment into concrete actions, united for the future of Europe.
Thank you very much, Christa, for your opening remarks. Liels paldies, Kristai, tātad par šiem atklāšanām.
So thank you, Christa, for your introductory remarks. And before I give the floor to our next speaker, I'd like to take the opportunity and taking into consideration that I am a member of the construction board, I would also like to thank our host, the Ministry of Economics, for the interest they have shown and their cooperation with the non-governmental sector. So I will now give the floor to Madam Ilze INDRIKSONE, Minister of Economics of the Republic of Latvia. Please, the floor is yours.
Labdien!
Hello, good morning. Thank you for your warm welcome, and I hope that our cooperation will continue successfully in future as well, and we will find solutions to many problems. Honorable President of the European Economic and Social Committee, dear members of the audience, everyone who holds this issue as important, I think that today this topic is more important than ever to discuss homes as a element of security. I think that the war in Ukraine has changed the way that we look at many things, including housing, and we have now all become aware that we are in a housing shortage, and we have undervalued affordable and decent housing that helps people to live comfortably and nicely, and ensures businesses with healthy and happy employees, municipalities with interested, enthusiastic inhabitants, because a good home means a comfortable living environment, and this is the basis for any further life decisions. Emotions open the door to new opportunities in future. In order to assess the current situation, we need to look back into history, and I'd like to especially explain this to our European colleagues. Over the past 30 years, unfortunately, we've done too little. As regards apartment buildings, only 4% have been built new. Mostly we are living in the historically created housing. Many of these buildings have been built during the Soviet times, and people have done each what they can themselves to renovate their own apartments. And over the course of the past couple of years, we have seen many very good examples on how to transform these Soviet-era apartments into modern, decent housing. However, we do have to take into consideration that the purchasing power of people, especially in the regions, is often insufficient. People often would like to improve and renovate their housing. However, they do not have the needed funding. Banks say that housing in the regions is not valuable enough to be warrant bank funding. So this becomes a sort of enchanted circle. Thanks to European funding, we have found some opportunities to help resolve this issue. And hopefully we will be able to help provide people in the regions with a decent, affordable, sustainable housing. Moving forward and using the European funding, we have prepared a program for low rent housing in the regions. We hope to cooperate with municipalities and social partners to implement this solution. However, this is only a short-term solution. We are doing a lot in order to create a long-term housing development fund to fund such projects in future as well. Based on the OECD 2020 study, 40% of households in Latvia need support in dealing with their housing issues. I think that these statistics speak for themselves. We have great targets to reach. We have a lot to do in order to ensure that each and every one of our citizens can live in a decent and modern home. Social housing is also an issue that our ministry deals with in cooperation with the Ministry of Welfare. Social housing is the place that people who are the most social vulnerable groups live. They also need decent, affordable housing, because often enough it is actually the opposite, that the people who have the most disposable income will live in the most energy efficient, cheapest housing. However, the socially most vulnerable groups live in unrenovated, inefficient housing. If we look in the past, about 6 to 8 years ago, we only had 0.4% of social housing on the market. However, we understand that the amount of people that are in need of social housing is much, much higher. And in closing, I would like to direct your thoughts into this direction, that we always need to think 3 steps ahead. Instead of thinking about the apartments and housing that we wanted yesterday, we need to look forward as to what housing we would like to see 3-5 years from now. The ministry has already created 2 model housing development projects that any municipality can make use of. One of these designs, these project is a traditional one with cement and glass, but the other one I actually personally like even better because this uses more natural materials, wood, which Latvia is very rich in, and I think that wood houses are something that we are not very familiar with so far, but we need to look to our Nordic neighbors and take an example from them. The more funding we invest in our own resources, our own local economy, the more use our own resources to develop our housing market, that will also provide economic benefits to us. It is important for us that anything we do not only improves our housing, but also improves the situation for our local businesses, our local economy, which is obviously a priority of our ministry. Energy efficiency of buildings can be attained in various different ways. We're working with scientists, experts, implementing innovative methods. We have many good practices already in place in Latvia where we can recuperate heating from, for example, wastewater, which is perhaps a very interesting method. So basically, absolutely any building can become energy independent, which is something that we are trying to move towards and trying to make people think about on more. Affordable housing is a challenge, but also an opportunity to municipalities, businesses, and the population at large. So I wish the members of today's conference constructive discussions, seek new solutions, and may we all succeed together.
Lielas paldies Ilzei Indriksonei par šiem uzrunas vārdiem, kur
Thank you, Madam Indriksone, for these introductory remarks. I was especially delighted to hear that the interests and the concerns of other actors will be taken into account. The priorities and interests of the industry will be taken into account. As next, I would like to give the floor to Zane PETRE, the head of the representation of the European Commission in Latvia. Before I give the floor to her, I would like to thank the European Commission representation in Latvia for many years of active involvement in energy efficiency issues for the energy sector. For us, they have been an important partner who's organized many discussions, bringing together various actors, various interested parties. And in Latvia, unfortunately, our policymakers and industry is not so keen to involve as broad range of partners as possible, but it is very nice therefore to have the representation of the European Commission enriching our political discussion, political debate and discourse, and this culture. With this, I'd like to give the floor to Madam PETRE. Good afternoon, and thank you for the nice introductory remarks. It is indeed one of the objectives of the European Commission to promote a discussion of this kind and enhance the understanding on these matters. Madam Minister, dear ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon everyone who's joining us remotely, as well as everyone who is here. Good afternoon and welcome to our conference. Considering that we have a very broad range of participants, I decided to speak English today.
As the audience is very diverse, so I decided to do it, my remarks in English. According to the European Pillar of Social Rights, which is our social compass, access to affordable housing, the topic of today's conference, is one of the 20 essential principles. And indeed, these principles underpin our social fabric and apply to each and every European in the 21st century. As the Minister already said, without a decent roof over our head a roof that is reasonably affordable without sacrificing all other social needs, individuals are unlikely to fulfill their economic potential, households fall under stress, and societies lose cohesion. Therefore, I would say housing is both a basic social need and a social right. Unfortunately, affordable housing today for many Europeans is out of reach, particularly when we talk about low-income and more vulnerable groups. We are also witnessing that Russia's military aggression against Ukraine has brought new challenges. We see rising food and energy prices, inflation, and imminently higher interest rates. All of that are likely to negatively affect housing affordability in the coming months and years to come. Moreover, increases in construction costs and supply chain disruptions elevate housing prices, and here it's not only in Latvia but all across Europe. And therefore, helping families to have a decent, affordable, and sustainable place to live in a region where job opportunities are available is of uttermost importance. Housing affordability is closely linked with sustainability, energy efficiency, and energy poverty. Buildings which are less efficient are more expensive and put an extra burden on those among us that have the least. At the moment, buildings account for 40% of the energy consumption in the European Union, but only 1% of the buildings annually undergo renovation, and we already heard the numbers for Latvia. Therefore, also the European Commission has proposed Affordable Housing Initiative, which is a plan to support member states to double the rate of renovation of residential buildings by 2030. And for the whole of Europe, the aim is to renovate at least 35 million buildings and also create 160,000 additional jobs. Creating affordable housing, therefore, means synchronizing social, economic, and environmental policies. And furthermore, building more affordable housing does create new jobs, drives economic growth, and creates incentives for higher economic activity in the regions. Ladies and gentlemen, among other EU member states, Latvia has one of the lowest household income levels, around 60% of the EU average. As a result, housing is scarce, creating overcrowding and diminishing labor mobility. Families do often find it difficult to save resources to secure a quality living space. But indeed, Europe is stepping up, and under the Recovery and Resilience Plan for Latvia, the Commission will provide investment resources to establish a fund to build 700 low-rent apartments across the country. And this housing will be rent subsidized to correct for the market gap in the regions and highly energy efficient, to consume nearly zero energy and set a high standard for green residential construction. This investment measure will be crucially important as a booster to the economic activity and the labor mobility in Latvia's regions. As also it was mentioned, inclusiveness is an important aspect. And additionally, under the same Recovery and Resilience Plan, it is envisaged to build new living spaces for long-term care for around more than 800 persons of retirement age. And again, we are talking about 18 different municipalities, and thus creating equal opportunities for the vulnerable groups. The current energy crisis due to Russia's war in Ukraine does create pressure also for those households who already have housing. We see sky-high energy costs, especially when talking for fossil resources, and we do see that it creates an urgency to transition to greener energy sources and boost energy efficiency of living spaces. Latvia has more than 30,000 residential buildings in need of renovation, And current uptake of renovation has been indeed quite slow and needs to be accelerated first for the energy savings, but also to achieve the climate neutrality in the building sector by 2050. And in this regard, we also must overcome the information and incentive asymmetries, because too many lower income families fail to see the benefits of lower energy bills in the future to justify the capital investments needed today. Another useful EU strategy to help is the renovation wave, and as part of this strategy, Latvia plans to use a sizable amount of next generation EU resources to renovate buildings and increase their energy efficiency. Latvia plans to invest millions of euros to achieve energy savings, and also more energy efficiency support is foreseen under the cohesion policy funding for the period of 2021-27, which is yet to be finalized. Indeed, to create affordable housing in Europe, various policies and initiatives intersect, but this task will be possible also without crowding in private funding. And here, green mortgage loans compliant with the EU green taxonomy will indeed be necessary to bridge also the significant funding gap. And if we talk about the EU in general, then more than 100 billion euros per year of private investment are needed to build better housing. And finally, let me stress a point which often doesn't receive enough attention in the debate on decent housing, and this is a point about communication and dialogue that Gunnar already mentioned that the Commission representation has been also actively engaged in. Affordable housing is also a topic that is not a one-way street, so just some examples. Without agreement between the residents in an apartment block, it cannot apply for energy efficiency measures. Without agreement between national and local authorities, enough resources are not allocated to energy management. Without sufficient awareness about energy costs, prices, and alternatives, residents cannot make informed decisions, and many more. And indeed, the upcoming winter promises to be a difficult one, so this gives us sufficient urgency that we have to act now and not really waste time. So indeed, let's take the opportunity of this conference to engage in a dialogue on various aspects between various stakeholders, and let's see if there are some more new solutions for the way ahead. Thank you very much and have an excellent conference.
For your opening remarks. Liels paldies Zanai tātad par šiem vārdiem. Un man...
Thank you again, Zane, for the wonderful introductory remarks. Before I let our guests of honor go, I would like to thank them from the bottom of my heart again, and also underline an important fact that I realized towards the end of these introductory remarks. We had ladies and only ladies opening this conference, which is very nice because European Commission is supporting, encouraging gender equality, equal opportunities and inclusiveness as well. So that is of course nice, therefore, to have ladies opening our conference, given the priorities of the European Commission. Irrespective of the gender, anyone who is fully capable and competent can open such events. Thank you very much for that, and I would like to also urge you to continue participating in our conference throughout the day. Thank you. With this out of the way, we have reached the first panel of our today's conference. Would like to bring the panelists to the stage. You don't need to hurry, but I will now introduce the panelists, and once you have taken your place in the panel, I will also introduce you. Would like to also remind our viewers that you also have an opportunity to take active part in our conference. And let us now also check how our system works and whether it functions properly. So during the conference you have the opportunity to send in your questions or your comments, and let's now test how the system or the software works. On the screen right now you see the first question that we would like you to answer. So this is the question that we will discuss during the panel. So this is about the main topic of today's conference, the affordability. So the notion of affordability. According to you, when you hear affordability, is it about financial affordability? Is it about physical affordability? Which matters most? So now you have the opportunity to send in your comments and share your views on what you understand with affordability. And we can also test the system, how it works meanwhile. So you can also see the instructions on how to access the website. We need to test it because once the panels kick off, you will be able to send in your questions and comments. So I would like to also underline that we have quite a big number of people watching us online remotely. You too can send in your questions and comments, and we'll try to answer those as much as possible, as much as time allows us. As regards to the proceedings, we should try, and this is what I would like to encourage you to do, we should try to focus on the expert opinions and the opinions of our partners, and there's a very simple reason for that. In this case, we don't want to have a broad discussion. We would like to nevertheless narrow down this discussion and rather focus on those topics or the issues that are raised by policy makers and our invited experts. And during the first panel, and this brings us to the first panel and its proceedings, we are going to focus on who should benefit from affordable housing. So which are the groups of the society that should be prioritized when it comes to affordable housing? So we have a number of esteemed panelists who will look at the affordability notion from various angles. Let us welcome our panelists. Gunta ANČA, the European Disability Forum representative. Let's welcome Gunta, welcome, and let's give a warm hand to Gunta. Also, we have Anna NORVELE here, Latvian National Youth Council. One of the actors here is local communities, local governments. Today, local governments are represented by the Valmiera Municipality Council Chair Jānis Baiks from Latvia, and also remotely we have been joined by two distinguished experts from Housing Europe. We have Sorcha Edwards and Alice Pettini. Welcome. And also Michaela from Brussels office of the city of Vienna, who will give us the perspective of Vienna and the experience of Vienna with regard to affordable housing. So we will be able to hear how Vienna has dealt with these challenges. So once again, thank you to all the panelists for joining us. hand. Let's open the panel now, and as first I would like to give the floor to Alice and Saoirse for their opening remarks. As far as I understand, you have prepared a presentation, so Housing Europe perspective on who should benefit from affordable housing. Please, the floor is yours, Saoirse. Alice, please, the floor is yours.
Yes, good morning, and it's an honor to be here. Thank you very much to the Ministry of Economics of Latvia, and of course the President of the Section 4 of the European Economic and Social Committee. We are very happy to give our input into what is a very crucial question. And I think the introductory speeches have really made it clear that housing cannot be left to the individual. This not only the COVID-19 crisis has made it very clear, obviously the challenge of climate change, which has been outlined very clearly by the introductory speakers, but also the current challenges of inflation. Was also mentioned the issue of labour mobility, for instance. So increasingly, after, as was mentioned, in many countries, 30 years of relative inactivity or a lack of, let's say, a public vacuum when it comes to housing policy in many constituencies of the European Union, we do have a renewed realization now that indeed each individual person cannot solve their housing challenge on their own, and that we need active policies so that we have housing systems that are fit for future, fit for our climate challenges, and also fit for the social challenges faced by each individual, so that we can really optimize the functioning of our societies and the sustainability of our societies. So what we would like to do today from the perspective of Housing Europe is explain a little bit, of course, how the topic of housing is treated at European level. And then my colleague Alicia Pettini, who is the director of our observatory, will share indeed exactly how member states currently design their allocation policies when it comes to housing, and how what groups are identified as needing priority action. So she will go into that in detail, and then we will finish up just with a little bit of how the current emergency is impacting the housing scene. So I actually have a few slides just to support my presentation, which I will open now from my end. I understand you also have a backup in case this is not working, but that should work. Please tell me if there is an issue. That seems to be fine. Okay, so as was mentioned, the issue of housing is quite a complex one. I mean, our last speaker just identified the very different systems of collaboration which are needed just indeed to have an individual block of housing renovated. It really is a policy which requires multi-level collaboration. And this chart just gives a little bit of an indication of that complexity and those interactions and how they work at European level. So when it comes to housing, we work to have this optimal collaboration so that we can have better information, better finance, and better regulation for EU policy and housing. But although we don't have a coherent approach yet to housing from European level, we don't have, for instance, a DG housing in the European Commission. We don't have even one person who is bringing all of those policies together within the European institutions. So it is quite let's say, a gap when it comes to EU level. So what we are constantly doing is monitoring the impact of European legislation and the impact of the trends on the ground, and when it comes to the housing systems at member state level. So obviously issues around energy and construction, and we look at now at the recast of the EPBD and the EED. Social affairs, we look at the social pillar and the mission to end homelessness by 2030. We look at economic and financial issues and how they interact with the housing systems. So that can cover issues like competition law, That can cover also issues like EU financing, which was mentioned by the representative of the European Commission quite rightly in Latvia, and increasingly the opportunities offered by both European structural funds and the European Investment Bank can offer significant boosters to the development of housing systems and the improvement of individuals' housing in Europe. We also track the impact when it comes to urban affairs, and I think Michaela from Vienna will give a good illustration of how that impacts indeed on her city, in the city of Vienna. We are also constantly tracking the trends on the ground when it comes to housing. So, for instance, what are the main challenges facing those delivering affordable housing, but also what, for instance, are the main groups being affected by lack of housing? How are young people being affected? So we are linking up with the Eurostat statistics that they make public, and linking up with the feedback from our members on the ground to paint a picture of the trends at European level when it comes to housing. So, of course, that we can have those better policies that we are talking about. This is another aspect which I would like to raise, and it is indeed due to the fact that we have a growing interest, not only looking at the detailed nitty-gritty of the interaction between housing policy and EU policy, but we have a growing interest from member states, from cities, from local authorities to re-engage when it comes to housing. Therefore, we have worked over the last 2.5 years with esteemed academics, such as our lead author, Julie Lawson, and experts from European institutions and European financial actors to bring together a toolbox on what makes a housing system work. So what tools, what policies have been very successful and are really needed when it comes to maintaining a sustainable and dynamic housing system. So we've looked at land policies, obviously crucial, and a key obstacle indeed to delivering affordable housing when we don't have access to affordable land, facing many, even in the most mature housing systems. So this issue of land, how can we manage that in a sustainable way to boost affordable housing? Looking also at financing systems, which we will look at the next session. Looking also at governance. What type of actors do you need to deliver a sustainable housing system once you have the right regulation and financing in place? And of course, looking at the pressures of climate change and the renovation wave and how we can maintain affordability. We also see from the member state level a clear indication that they want ideas. They want to take a more active role here to have sustainable housing systems and to find out how their colleagues and their peers in other member states are handling this. So we saw for the first time in 30 years a meeting of ministers responsible for housing in Nice. And in that declaration, which I would invite you to check, we see that many of the challenges are shared. So, for instance, there is a call in that declaration for a comparison of different tools to address affordability between member states. They also call for an analysis of, for instance, the impact of short-term tourist letting in member states. They also look to share practices of delivery of affordable, energy efficient, new construction, and also how to balance the renovation wave and the social concerns. So we see a new dynamic when it comes to housing, and Housing Europe was the only non-European institution sitting around the table in Nice to share the impact from the ground. There's a little picture of the Housing Europe network bringing together all of the public, social and limited profit housing providers across Europe. And of course, most importantly, a little picture of the work they are doing. So delivering over 200,000 new units every year and refurbishing over a similar amount every year. The team in Brussels. And now I will hand you over to our director of our observatory, Ilze Pittini, who's going to go into a little more detail on exactly how the member states are allocating housing currently. Thank you, Ilze. I hope that is, I will manage the slides for you, so please tell me.
Thank you, Sorga. Good morning, everybody. And thank you very much for the invitation to be here this morning. So what I will do in my presentation is to walk you through the main characteristics of the way the member states decide who should be allocated social and affordable housing in Europe. I think to start with, it's important to have in mind a general picture of the social housing sector. So when we talk about social housing in Europe, the reality is that we have a very diversified sector across countries and sometimes even within the countries. We go from countries like the Netherlands that has the highest share of social housing in Europe with almost a third of the overall housing stock. And there are other countries like France or Austria or Denmark with a quite well-developed social housing sector. But if we look at Southern Europe and also to some extent most of Central and Eastern European countries, the social housing sector is relatively very small. Slide. So when it comes to determining who can access public and social housing, the most common way is for the countries to use income ceilings to determine who has an income that is basically too high not to be eligible. But this is, of course, even when we look at this aspect, there are huge differences. For instance, in some countries, the income ceilings are relatively low, but in countries like Austria or France, the income ceilings are set at a relatively high level that virtually could give access to the sector to more than 2/3 of the population. And this is due to the fact that this policy is also aimed at encouraging a social mix. Other countries tend to use the criteria of need to determine access to social housing. Notably the UK, for instance, they don't really have income ceilings applied to the sector, but the waiting lists are defined at the local level based on criteria of need, once again, such as homelessness, people living in unhealthy accommodation, overcrowding, and so on. There are other cases where the eligibility for social housing is not restricted. This is the case nowadays, I would say, of Denmark and to some extent Sweden. Used to be the case in the Netherlands before, but this changed after an issue related to EU state aid and the definition of services of general interest. So what is interesting, for example, if we take the case of Denmark, virtually everyone can access social housing with an objective of social mix and avoiding social segregation in the neighborhoods. But in this case, as well in others, it's also interesting to mention that the municipalities themselves have a reservation system by which they can claim a part of the not-for-profit housing stock to be allocated directly to their most urgent cases, let's say. And also, as I mentioned before, one of the criteria that is part of the law regarding social housing in many countries is once again the objective of having socially mixed neighborhoods. Slide. Sorry. So when it comes to the evolutions in allocation, what is happening in recent years? What we see is a stronger and very welcome push towards more transparency and more control of allocation, with committees set up at the local or regional level to oversee the allocation process. Also, especially in the case of public housing, the use of single registers to avoid double registrations of applicants. And indeed, once again, this is part of the effort to have a more transparent and sleek system for allocation. Also important to mention, we've seen an increase in the use of priority target groups over time, and also a tendency towards trying to implement enforceable right to housing. I'm thinking, for instance, of the example of France. Since 2007, they have a law that identifies a number of vulnerable categories notably the homeless, but also people at risk of eviction or people in unfit housing conditions, who have a priority access to housing and who can hold the state accountable if the right to housing is not fulfilled. Last but not least, another trend when it comes to allocation of social housing is the so-called choice-based letting model, which started in the UK and then was used in the Netherlands as well, which is a way to give people on waiting lists and people in social housing more choice when it comes to the homes they want to live in, and to also have a better match and better fit between the homes and the need of the households. But it's important also to keep in mind that this kind of model, which gives more choice to the end user, is at the moment very much challenged by the condition of lack of affordable and social housing. So even, for instance, in some of the Dutch cities, they're thinking of having to drop this kind of system that gives a broader choice. So slide. When it comes to who actually decides about access, it's important to have in mind that in general, it comes to central government and central level regulation to establish the general rules about who is supposed to live in social and affordable housing. But also local authorities have a really important role to play, and they often define specific, for instance, income ceilings based on the local conditions or additional criteria that are set at the local level to better reflect the local needs and housing markets. And also, especially in the case of where you have a not-for-profit sector working closely with the public sector, there's also a certain room for maneuver from the point of view of landlords. And what I would like to stress with regards to this point is, once again, the importance of really understanding the local housing needs and assessing the potential demand for social and affordable housing. You have here a picture of Edinburgh, and it's not by chance because Scotland has established a really, really good system of evaluating current housing needs and demand, and even estimating the potential future demand based on population trends. Slide. So, and with this chart here, I just wanted to highlight once again the importance of adapting the rules according to access to social and affordable housing to the local context. And here we did a little exercise with my colleagues because we have the impression that by tending to always use national level averages, the data presented and used for European policies don't really have the right picture of what's happening on the ground. So what we did is to look at a number of different sources of housing, rent levels and salaries at the local level. And what we found is that really in basically the vast majority of European cities and capitals, if we take 1/3 of income as the limit for housing affordability, well, what we see today is that housing in the rental sector is really becoming more and more out of reach, even for people who are not on particularly low income, who are on average incomes and salaries. So this is really, really an important trend and something to keep in mind for effective policies. So next. So if it comes to looking at how housing needs are changing then, well, first of all, we see from the point of view of the social housing sector, increasing waiting lists everywhere. And this, of course, implies as a sustainable response, the need to increase the supply. But as it's been mentioned already this morning, and we will see later, this comes in quite critical times in terms of the affordability of housing construction, and this limits the scope of maneuver for the sector. Also, what we see is increasingly, and I don't particularly like to put it like that, but I think we can talk about competing target groups. And in particular, we see pressure from both sides. So on the one hand, we have an increase in homelessness and in the need for housing from the most vulnerable parts of the population. But on the other hand, we also see a number of households in middle classes that, especially in urban areas, historically wouldn't be a target group for social housing, but that more and more have difficulties finding homes on the market. I think in this case, for instance, the Netherlands is once again an interesting example, because since they've started using income ceilings to determine access to social housing, what's happening now is that some middle income families in the cities are basically left outside of the social housing sector, but still have a hard time finding housing on the market. Another interesting example that also shows that policy can create sometimes conflicting goals is the case of France, where, as I mentioned before, the law on the right to housing really encouraged the social housing sector to take on board more and more vulnerable groups and vulnerable families. At the same time, last year, probably also as a reaction to the COVID pandemic and the COVID crisis, the sector has also been asked to basically reserve a part of the stock for the so-called key workers. So it's, and we see this kind of situation in a number of countries. Also, and very important to keep in mind, is that there's a huge diversification of in terms of demand and needs. So within the observatory, we look, for example, at housing conditions of elderly people. We see aging of the population is really a key trend in Europe that has strong implications also for our housing stock and services. Demand for affordable housing for youth, because once again, it's more and more the young people who have problems finding decent homes on the markets, especially in places that are more attractive in terms of economic, so job opportunities, studying opportunities, and so on. There is the issue of migration, which is a huge point in itself. And also, in terms of the type of homes that we want to see, there's a push towards having more collaborative ways of living. And this is also in line with the idea of trying to have more sustainable housing and neighborhoods. And this all calls for the housing sector to go beyond the provision of bricks and mortars and adopting what we call a housing plus approach, meaning housing plus services, housing plus circularity, an effort towards sustainability, and so on. And I think this was my last slide, Sorga, so I give the floor back to you.
Yes, and just to finish off on a few points, if that's fine. I think that the picture that Ilze has painted indeed is a mismatch between the approach that has been taken in many member states with very narrow target groups and actually the reality on the ground and the growing numbers of people who require better housing policies because they are either paying too much or it's not adapted to their needs. We therefore would be very happy also to continue this work with President MILTOVIČA to review also the European approach, which is very much up till now focused on avoiding interference with housing markets, whereas actually we see that our housing systems are interfering with healthy societies. When we see the impact on youth, when we see the lack of capacity to welcome migrants, when we see the lack of adequate housing for elderly groups. So I think these statistics show indeed that because of all of these events that we have experienced, as I mentioned, between COVID, the current migration crisis, the climate change, a need for really a new approach when it comes to housing and a focus not on limiting the state's intervention, but actually broadening that. And just with the last points, I would like to emphasize that. So we see that with the current horrible war in Ukraine, the impact of that is obviously we are seeing every day the impact at local level in Ukraine, but it's also being felt in different ways, obviously through inflation. And this inflation, 36% of those very high levels of inflation are actually being translated into increases around energy costs, which is really putting an extra burden on vulnerable groups, particularly those with inefficient housing, those with housing which requires them to use a car, and particularly those with large families to feed as well. So those groups which were already badly off being hit even more strongly. So we see this inadequate housing and lack of affordable housing, really two sides of the same coin. We also see from the social and affordable housing sector in some countries an increase of up to 20% or even 60% in some cases on the materials being used to construct, and putting an extra pressure on those indeed even plans that have already planning permission and are going ahead, rising prices in a very unpredictable way. So we would we would welcome this opportunity and this initiative to work on better legislation when it comes to housing. That applies to the broader approach to housing, but particularly also to the renovation wave. We would like a renovation wave which is not really focused on maximizing targets for individual homes, but actually looking at how we can really transform districts into low carbon districts where people have a good quality of life. So this is the focus of Housing Europe. We've just started a new initiative called Shape EU to actually shift the approach of the EU when it comes to the renovation wave, so that we focus on well-being and low carbon, but also districts where people can really reach their full potential. So I would like to finish up there and stop the screen time so that we have time also for discussion.
Thank you very much, Sorcha, and Alice, for your introduction, which was quite, let's say, comprehensive. Liels paldies, Sorcha, un Alice.
So thank you, Sorcha and Ilze, for your very interesting and comprehensive presentation, which showed us how many various sub-aspects are actually buried within this one umbrella concept of affordability. Before I give the floor to our next panelist, I would like to ask our upcoming speakers to take into consideration that we have an hour and a half in total, and we've already used half an hour of that time. So perhaps let us be brief in our interventions if possible. And next I will give the floor to Gunta ANČA, who is a representative of the European Disability Forum. And better than anyone, she is equipped to explain that affordability is not only a matter of finances, of the amount of housing, but it is actually a question of physical accessibility and constructive design of housing to make it accessible to people with disabilities. So please, Gunta, the floor is yours.
I'm going to start in English to say hello to my friends and colleagues from European Disability Forum. And as our moderator said already, I'm representing European Disability Forum, but I'm also representing the Latvian umbrella body for disability organizations here. Sustento, I'm chairperson there. But I'm going to continue in Latvian because so many Latvian people are here, so to get them understand me better, and I'm sure our interpreters are really good. Tātad, turpinot par to, ko mēs tikko sākām.
So, to continue the issues that have already been raised. And as the moderator noted, accessibility. Accessibility is a very broad term. We can speak of financial accessibility, whether we have enough money to pay for our home. Accessibility is also a matter of whether apartments are actually available at all. Perhaps they are not. We can also speak about accessibility in very direct terms, in terms of people with disabilities. And these are the issues that I would like to focus on more today. And I could perhaps speak about this issue quite emotionally. It is a very complicated issue because when you want to get into your apartment, and you realize that, okay, maybe I can go through the front door, but there's no way that I can access the bathroom. Would anyone want to live in an apartment where you can't actually access your bathroom? I think not. And today I hold in my hand a piece of paper listing various studies that have been performed. One of them is the European Parliament report on the situation regarding the housing sector situation for people of various social groups throughout the EU. One of these social groups does not actually mention people with disabilities, but rather people with limited mobility, but in effect it is the same thing. So, when people were surveyed throughout the EU, 28% of respondents, as opposed to 12% of respondents without mobility issues, so 28% said that they have problems with finding adequate housing because apartments are simply not accessible. A study performed in the framework of the European semester looked at the accessibility of apartments in general, focusing on social housing. And many speakers have already mentioned today that we don't have a very well-developed social housing sector. But if we look at the issue in depth and look at how appropriate the social housing sector is for people with disabilities, then the situation is quite dire. This is, to a great extent, a responsibility of the municipalities, and most municipalities actually are not very enthusiastic in implementing these needs, and Riga is the one that is mostly implementing these issues. However, they are focusing on doing it as cheaply as possible and making these apartments very small. So, for example, if a person is in a wheelchair, you can perhaps get yourself into a bathroom, but you can't turn around. And when we ask why the apartments have been designed this way, the answer we get is, but if you live alone, why do you need a big apartment? So we need to think about what our policy is in various aspects and how we ensure the accessibility of the physical environment. The situation in Latvia is quite saddening in many respects. If we tell a person to go find an apartment to rent, and if you have mobility issues, then your only option are the newly built apartment houses. The historical houses are not an option at all. We discuss energy efficiency at length in the European Bauhaus initiative, but we are renovating buildings without taking into consideration that the front door should be made accessible to people with disabilities. Of course, it'll be more expensive. Of course, many people will not be happy about it, but it would greatly increase the accessibility of the housing market for people with who need these accessibility issues to be taken into account. We live in a time where if we look at the apartments for sale, so this is always an option. If you can't rent an apartment you want, then you can buy it. But if we look at Europe in general, people, for example, with disabilities who have purchased an apartment say that, yes, well, I purchased an apartment, but the only thing I see through my window is the neighboring building's wall. Or I live so far from the public transport that I don't know how to get to the public transport in my wheelchair. And why is this so? The answer is simple. These people can only afford the cheapest apartments. Many European studies have shown this to be true, that people with disabilities are often among the social groups that cannot afford to take out bank loans. They cannot afford more expensive apartments. Is this fair? Probably not. Do we see solutions? We think that solutions should be provided by the state. We think that government policy should take into account that there are people with disabilities in the state. There are people for whom mobility is something much greater than what we have been speaking about so far. We have to think about how to ensure these accessibility issues, which have already been integrated into construction rules, how they can be taken into account when renovating historical buildings, when ensuring energy efficiency of historical buildings, how to ensure accessibility, at least in part, in these older buildings as well. Today we are working with people with disabilities from Ukraine. We have many people in wheelchairs coming in, and we have to tell them that we can't provide the necessary housing for you. We simply do not physically have apartments that are appropriate for these people, and this is a problem. Problems do not need to just be worried about, they need solutions to be sought. So thank you for having me here and allowing me to participate in this discussion. Thank you.
Patiešām liels paldies Guntai.
Thank you, Gunta, very much. In fact, what you said also made me think of many other issues, made me think about the renovation of houses from my field of expertise, from the construction and reconstruction from building sector's perspective, and this is something that we will definitely think about in future much broadly. As next, I would like to give the floor to Anna NORVELE, our next panelist from the Latvian National Youth Council, who will talk about the affordability from the youth perspective. As regards to youngsters, I do suppose that those are people who have been less on the labour market, who've spent less time on the labour market, do not have significant, substantial savings, and thus they are much more vulnerable compared to other groups of society that have been integrated into labour market for more years, who have accrued a certain wealth or prosperity, but Anna can comment on that a bit deeper. I do suppose would like to remind you that you have to fit your intervention within 10 minutes, or I'll try to be even shorter. Indeed, today I have the honour to represent the Latvian National Youth Council and give you a concise perspective of the youth on housing affordability. Our council has a motto, Youngsters are the greatest renewable asset of Latvia, but you need to manage this asset and you need to support or develop this asset, because quite often we hear from people that, you know, you are young, you have enough energy, you can cope on your own, but that's not always the case, especially with regard to finding an adequate housing. As Gunnar already mentioned, youth are facing various unique problems or challenges. Youngster, according to national legislation, is somebody aged 13-25, and currently Parliament is reviewing our youth law, and one of the issues that has given rise to active debate is raising the age of a youngster or young person to 30 years. In Latvia and Europe, we see that, you know, youngsters are reaching milestones a lot later. You know, the aging milestones, they start living separately a lot later compared to previous generations. And in Latvia also, they are living with parents or staying at home for more years, or sharing the flats with strangers or with friends because they cannot afford their own flat or cannot find a new home next to their work or university. We can't always go or choose to work in regions because there's no housing available there, so you have to stay in Riga where you have job and where you have housing, where you have parents. And we're also in this age bracket or age group where the access to the rent market and you know, mobility is also very important for us. And youngsters, of course, also belong to various groups that have been also mentioned. We also have youngsters with disabilities, youngsters from disadvantaged families. We have youngsters that are living on the streets because they don't have access to housing, or housing is unsafe. We all know the stories about Origo children, or those youngsters that are just roaming the streets, abandoned by parents, and it's not safe for them to stay with parents, and it is better to spend the night on the street or join youth gangs, or also establish relationship with adults, also sexual relationship as well, because of these problems. And housing affordability is something that is very important, and housing plus services is very important for the youngsters, because there are youngsters that don't need other services, also social services apart from housing. But housing is the basis for everything. If you have your own home, you can live a full and fulfilled life, and you can implement your dreams. But as long as you're on the street, in the streets, as long as you're at risk, those services will probably not be efficient for you. Also, with regard to Ukrainian refugees, all the risks that apply to local youngsters similarly apply to a greater extent to Ukrainian youngsters, because they are less protected. They do not always have full access to the services. They cannot always protect their interests and be heard. And there's also another thing that I would like to underline with regard to youngsters and housing is it's the political involvement or political participation of youngsters. Whenever housing policies are mentioned, it is important to ensure that the local central level ministries and local councils, we have youngsters, youth organizations present, represented, local youth leaders being involved. You shouldn't talk about us without us, so that's the top priority. So if you are making decisions or creating a rent policy, youngsters should also be involved in developing this policy. There should be a dialogue, we should be heard, and our needs and our challenges and concerns should be taken on board as much as possible. Thank you very much. That's all from me. I suppose I managed to fit it into 5 minutes. Yes, thank you, Anna. It was nice to hear that there is an ongoing dialogue, that voices are being heard and views of various groups are being respected and being reconciled as much as possible, because those priorities quite often overlap. Those vulnerable groups also include youngsters, and we should be much more focused on integrated approaches. We should not only take into account, we shouldn't just focus on one of socio-economic aspects. We should also look for other challenges in terms of affordable housing that a particular person is exposed to, which is a nice introduction to our next speaker, representatives of the public sector who are responsible for social policies, their implementation, and in Latvia as well as around the world, those public sector actors are those who are implementing housing and social policies and will probably gain more prominence in future. So I'm talking, of course, about local governments. And as first, I would like to give the floor to our wonderful representative from the city of Vienna, Michaela.
Experience the city of Vienna regarding affordable housing policy and issues, and if I may ask you also to reflect maybe on some of the thoughts that you heard in previous discussions, especially from the representatives of particular groups, youth and people with special needs. So what would be your experience on that? Is there focus for Vienna? What is your good experience on that?
Yeah, thanks a lot for having me here. I'm really delighted to be only virtually with you today, but nevertheless, I much appreciate the fact that the European Economic and Social Committee has taken up again the great work on housing that we started together with many friends, with Raymond Hengst, who sadly passed away not long ago. And I'm really happy to see that coming. I think that the Economic and Social Committee is really a good partner for all those who wish to do more about affordable housing for everybody in Europe. Now, I'm coming from Vienna, but I also have a European hat, as you know. I am not only working in Brussels with EU institutions, but I was also the coordinator of the Urban Agenda Housing Partnership, which in fact leads me to again mention that I'm really happy to be virtually in Riga, because Riga and Latvia have been members of that partnership that has delivered a very concise action plan. And also the EESC referred to that in an opinion back in early 2020. So we are really, really happy to see these elements and these movements of thoughts coming together. Now, my task is not easy today, and I have a presentation, but I will not show it. We are, like, I think, all a little bit overdone with presentations in these times. So what I will try to do is share a bit about the magic of the Vienna model of social and affordable housing for everyone, and see how this links back to certain groups with specific needs, but also to the EU arena. Now, you all are aware that maybe Vienna is a growing city. We're going to be 2 million quite soon in a few years. But housing has always been at the heart of our urban mindset. And we have always seen housing and the provision of affordable, decent, healthy, safe housing for everyone in our city as one of the key elements to secure high quality of life for everyone. And I'm happy, I'm sure that you all had the occasion to see that. Again, Vienna was #1 in the international rankings with regard to its high quality of life for everyone. And we are convinced that housing is one, and our housing policy since more than 100 years is one of the reasons for that. Now, what we're doing in Vienna, I mean, clearly we are a city of tenants still, and most of our people live in social, publicly funded, cooperative or limited housing, for limited profit housing solutions. 2/3 of the Viennese people have very safe and very secure housing solutions, and they are characterized by undetermined rent contracts, controlled rents, capped rents, and they are also determined by a high variety of options. So what I would like to say here, we have clearly also developed a lot of instruments to support this, because we had 100 years of time to do that. And I think it's the basic and a core element of it is that we are strongly committed to the common good in all what we do in our housing policies. So what we do is we have instruments to promote what we call gentle urban renewal. This is a concept that is now coming up again in times of the renovation wave and the Green Deal, which means that we are enabling all stakeholders, together with tenants, organizations, together with property owners, with landlords, be they public or private, to work together and to create livable neighborhoods and invest in better and more healthy and energy efficient housing. We're doing this since many, many years in Vienna, but we are not resting on our merits. We are continuously improving the system. So what we are now doing is also, we have like 14,000 units under construction at the moment in Vienna, which is also very helpful when you are a growing city. But what we do also is to secure this strong share of social and cooperative and public housing is we apply our zoning law to have a zoning category that says, okay, in each and every new housing development, you have to have 2/3 of publicly funded housing, which is quite new. This zoning category is only 2019 that we decided. It's also in progress. It's also, we just use it already. I would say, investors who with a strong interest to make short-term profit are not very happy with that. But we are thinking that still we are on a good path to secure good housing for future generations by securing also the land, because the scarcity of land and the high costs for building grounds are part of the problem of the housing crisis that has been mentioned already today, especially in the introductory statements. So when it comes to looking at how to upscale a little bit those things to the European level, I would say that it's obviously, and we were talking here with people from the European Economic and Social Committee, so I assume that you're all working in the spirit and the mindset of social partnership, and you're also working on the basis of good evidence. So what we should really make clear is that we need better evidence, as has also been mentioned by Sorka and Ilze, with regard to how does the EU, on what does the EU base their housing policies? We do not have enough data with regard to the subnational level for many countries, and we also need to adapt some of the prevailing indicators that are at the moment, and we're talking about people who is the one in need. At the moment, we do see that everybody can be in need. We have an energy crisis coming up. Especially women are hit by that because we all know that there is a gender pay gap, there is a gender pension gap. So affordability of housing and energy costs are clearly also to be seen under the light of the gender dimension here. So what we need to do is look at all the indicators with regard to housing cost overburden, energy poverty, also with regard to what does it mean for men and women, because their lives are still different. I would like to see the European Economic and Social Committee in its next works on that to really take this strong gender approach, because this is something we still lack on European level. What we also need to assess is that And Latvia is doing this. And I'm very happy that you're like, I mean, the OECD mentioned the Austrian model of social and publicly funded housing as a model for Latvia in one of its reports. And I think this is a lovely link also to our next speaker from Riga Municipal Council. What I really would like to say is it would be a good approach, and you're doing that now, to broaden up the diversity of your housing solutions in Riga. A broad and safe and enabling housing system with a lot of diversity in the system is also something that is really crisis-proof. We have seen this, we know this from Vienna, from the Vienna experience. We give special attention, obviously, to people in need. We are now, for instance, building a new municipal housing block that is dedicated to help single mothers. This is something which we feel is very, very important. We are doing a lot for handicapped people. We are doing a lot for people in need because they are homeless. So I think accounting for the diversity of your population, also with regard to what you try to foster in your housing markets, is something that is really vital. But I think that there is, and that would be my last remark, we've seen a lot of initiatives coming up today, these last years also, and with regard to the energy crisis on European level and in many, many countries. Things are moving. We had the first informal ministerial meeting for housing ministers in March 2022. This was the first meeting of those ministers after more than 10 years. And I think this is also a sign that people and institutions and governing bodies are taking the issue up in a stronger way. What we really need to do is much better protection from our people from all the negative effects of speculation, gentrification, and financialization. These are things that cities alone, even member states alone, cannot do. Here we clearly need the European level in order to enable cities like Riga, countries like Latvia, to really create safe and sound, affordable housing systems for all their citizens. That would be my last remark. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you very much, Michaela. And I really like to thank you that you also gave a very good insight on and widened our focus really on several other aspects which allows us to assess vulnerability of different groups of society. Tiešām liels paldies Mihailai arī par viņas dažām.
So thank you, Michaela, for your valuable remarks, and also touching upon gender equality, that we need to take into consideration that there is still a gender pay gap in the labor market, and women are victim to greater social risks and greater poverty risk. And we do also have to take into consideration that, in turn, men are more at risk of losing their home or enduring work-related injuries. So these are important aspects that need to be taken into account in order to ensure better accessibility to housing for various social groups. Now we will continue with another representative of a municipality, Mr. Jānis Baiks, who'd I like to emphasize that this municipality, Valmiera, has done a lot to improve the accessibility of affordable housing. The Valmiera city has created a very good dialogue with local businesses and a good dialogue with society, and keeps track of the needs of the local society very well. So Jan, please, I will give the floor to you now to explain what you've been doing so far and what is your experience with this social housing issues and what you plan on doing in future. Yes, thank you. Thank you for having me here today and giving me the opportunity to share our experience at today's conference. We have prepared a short presentation. We wanted to show you some of the statistics and share our experience of what we've done so far. Moving from Vienna, we are moving to Valmiera, which has a population of 25,000. It is in the regions of Latvia, and if we compare it to, or if we compare Riga and Greater Riga to the rest of Latvia, these are two completely different situations. And from the perspective of Valmiera, we are quite different from other cities. We are an economically very active city. We have an unemployment rate of only about 3%. We have more jobs than people of working age living in our city. So if we have 25,000 people in Valmiera, then we have 7,000 more people coming into the city every day for work, so on a daily basis. And this means that many of them, especially when they are starting to set up families and setting up their life, they don't want to keep traveling for work. And we identified this problem about 8-9 years ago. We discussed the matter with various institutions, and the government authorities explained to us at that time that the market would regulate itself. If there was demand, then the market would provide the supply, and then the municipality should not interfere and should only provide social housing. But I would like to discuss housing for economically active population, because the deficit is actually keeping the city from developing further. So based on our experience, we prepared ourselves for the process. We reserved land plots, we implemented tax reliefs, but unfortunately we could not find any partners that would be willing to work with us. And in 2018, we implemented our first rental apartment building project. It was implemented by a capital company owned by the municipality. We had many government authorities following our experience, following our project. So this was a project completely implemented by a company owned by the municipality. So this was perhaps a certain advantage to be actually being able to implement this project at all. We built a total of 150 rental apartments. At that time, the rent was 5.2 euros per square meter, which was quite a good price for Valmiera at that time. And so what did we do with these apartments? Because we have national legislation that stipulates that we can't just hand out apartments. So we had an open auction, auctioning off these apartments for people who wanted to rent them. And here we give you the statistics of the prices that people auctioned for the right to rent these apartments. So they went up to 600, or an average of 600 euros. And this demonstrated the situation in Valmiera at that time. The apartments were rather small in order to ensure that people could actually pay for them. They were built very efficiently with very low heat consumption. And the next thing I'd like to emphasize here was the age of the renters that we got. Most of them were aged up to 30. So these were youths for whom this was their first home. And we spoke with these people, asking them why were they renting apartments instead of doing something else. And they said that mostly they want to just begin their independent life. They don't know if the work they're doing right now will be one that they stick with. And another factor that they mentioned was flexibility. So today I'm here, maybe 2 months from now I'll be working in Germany, a year later I'll be coming back here. So renting an apartment does not bind me down to a specific place. Of course, from the point of view of the municipality, we would want to bind them down in our city, but we do have to be understanding and understand that for youths, this flexibility is very important. They want to maintain it. We had one bank that placed its trust in us because this is a significant problem in the regions with finding funding for such projects. Real estate developers are very cautious about such projects. We had one bank that trusted us, and they are now very satisfied with the outcome, but we needed 2 years after 2018 to actually prove that this project was working in order to continue with further such developments as well. So the picture you see here is the buildings that we built. So 2 years later, when we could prove that everything was working, then COVID came. All our future plans had to be put on hold, and we are still facing quite a big problem in this regard. A bit of statistics about the housing market in Valmiera at the moment. So overall, we have slightly over 9,000 apartments, so we are a micro city in the European level, but 97% of these apartments were built up to 2000. So 86 buildings were, or 86 apartments were built in the period from 2001 to 2010. And last year we placed into commission one 20 apartment building, which was fully sold out within 1 month. So the average 50 square meter apartment in a Soviet-built a building is 300 to 350 euros per month minus utilities. And so this is quite an average price for a city, because taking into consideration the deficit in Valmiera, we don't have any free apartments. 450 euros would be a rent too high. So this is sort of the psychological threshold that people are not willing to cross. As for purchasing apartments, we do have 30 apartments available at the moment. The average price for a rather poor apartment is 615 euros. And of course, the price is higher for more modern and renovated apartments. So before we build apartment buildings, of course, first we made a survey where 80% of our respondents said that they would first like to rent an apartment rather than directly purchase one. We also carried out a survey among our local businesses, which demonstrated that despite COVID and the war, about half of businesses are planning on increasing the amount of their employees. So this is a positive signal for Latvia's economy in general. Things are moving on and looking up. But also 48% of them see that providing housing for their employees is a significant problem. And 54% of businesses believe that this is partly a responsibility of the municipality as well, to provide adequate housing for businesses to be able to develop their business and attract new employees. Valmiera is also one of the most popular destinations of re-emigrants, so people coming back to Latvia, returning after living abroad. And many of them are also looking for apartments in these rental buildings that we've built. We have a whole building actually full of people that have returned from abroad. They are very willing to live in these buildings, very happy to live there. And despite that, we've done a lot in renovating buildings and building new buildings. We have about 60% of our apartment buildings in the city have been renovated so far, and the process is ongoing. This has provided us with a little bit of respite in the face of the energy crisis, because we have reduced the amount of energy consumed in the city over the past couple of years by 30%, so we simply don't use as much energy as we did before. But taking into consideration the current energy prices, we've also spoken with banks and businesses. We see the need to improve energy efficiency further, and we see that prices at the moment are a challenge, and we can't implement the same kind of project that we did in 2018. If we were to implement it on the same conditions that we did back then the rental price would be 9 euros per square meter, which would be way too high for the city of Valmiera. So the availability of European co-funding is very important for us to be able to further develop the housing fund in our city. And I look at the issue of accessibility, which is very important. As our colleague already mentioned, we have adequate elevators in these buildings, apartments suitable for people in wheelchairs. We also have social housing, where we have group apartments where people with various disabilities can live together. So these are issues that we are working on. These are issues that are very important for the Valmiera municipality. We want to ensure proper, adequate housing for young people who want to create their families, create their lives in our cities. If we don't do this, then we will lose it all. We are ready to continue the processes we have already begun. We're ready to continue our cooperation with the Ministry of Economics, which has already helped us a lot. And as soon as further funding is available, we will continue to create new apartments. Yes, thank you very much, Jānis, for your summary. We are coming to an end of our first panel discussion. And in terms of future prospects, I'd like to note that it is nice to hear that the interests of various social groups are overlapping and they're being taken into consideration. And people with disabilities want to be more economically active. They want to take part in the labor market, and we need to look at them not only as a sort of a vulnerable social group with specific needs, but as a group of people who in this digital era can provide very valuable input to our economic resources. They are a human resource for our economy. So if we have to look at people with disabilities as a part of the employees within our economy and who will be in greater demand by businesses and our economic activity in general, and of course youths, there's no doubt at all that youths are already one of the most economically active social groups, and by following economic activity, municipalities can respond to at least part of the needs that have been formulated on ensuring accessibility and affordability. So let's just sort of summarize in general that we still have this issue of historically built buildings where renters don't have the funding and opportunities to create significant renovations or improve energy efficiency. So this is something that we need to take into account, and when renovating these historical buildings, we also need to ensure that they are accessible to people with disabilities. We also need to take into consideration that they need to be accessible to young people, young families who have child carriers, as well as older people who perhaps don't have any specific special needs, but their general health condition means that they have specific requirements, for example, that buildings need elevators, and all of these various elements need to be taken into account altogether in order to ensure that these also historical buildings are more accessible and available. And we also have a representative from the EESC, Isabella Cano-Aguirre, who would also like to give a short presentation on this panel as well.
Your intervention regarding our panel topic, which target groups affordable housing policy should be addressing. Isabel? Isabel, are you here?
Oui, moi je suis là. Est-ce que... Oui, je suis connectée. Vous m'entendez? Vous m'entendez?
We can hear you.
Ok, et vous... Alors, je peux... je voudrais...
So, I would like to thank the organizers and Baiba. I'd like to talk about the energy efficiency aspect. This issue was already touched upon by the committee and has been discussed in the committee since 2017, and we have been discussing the renovating of historically built buildings throughout Europe. I think that seeing this, the instability in the energy sector, energy efficiency is something that is very important for any household. This is an issue that needs to be resolved through our discussions. And I agree with other speakers who spoke about the accessibility of housing for various social groups and the various methods by which we analyze these issues and needs in providing social housing. We need to take into consideration this often diverse levels of income among various social groups. And I'd also like to note the representatives of municipalities that have joined us, and I'd like to urge them to think about energy efficiency as an element of social housing. Thank you. Thank you for these remarks from Isabel. And we've come to the end of our first panel discussion. So first I'd like to ask whether
reflections on what was said by our colleagues, by our participants of the panel, regarding are there any wishes that you wish to express to you as a partners, actually in partnership as a different stakeholders to each other, suggestions maybe from the groups of society to the policymaker. Are there any remarks? If not, my own remark would be, of course, actually, it is actually to invite different organizations representing different groups into the building industry as well, because from my own experience, I know that actually in our industry, addressing such issues as building infrastructure for people with special needs has not been very much on a focus in renovation projects, and actually it is an additional electrical equipment which requires specific, let's say, electrical wires system. There is also an issue of overall, let's say, managing of this system. It is a common house infrastructure, and it is one actually of aspects that we should keep in mind, and I wish to all the participants to keep that in mind, these aspects as well, even technical, and I wish it also to myself, because actually it is one of the aspects which we haven't been actually thinking very much, because there was nobody to tell us specifically and remind us that it is something that actually needs to be taken into account in older houses, that actually this infrastructure for people with special needs also requires this additional infrastructure. So thank you very much. And now we'll welcome the present participants to take a coffee break, which will last approximately for half an hour. Dear participants, I really hope you enjoyed the break, especially those who are present and who were able to have a cup of coffee. Dārgie konferences dalībnieki, tātad atgriežamies pēc pārtraukuma.
Dear participants, welcome back. Hope you're well rested and ready to continue our discussion. The second panel discussion will focus on another important dimension and important actors, i.e. financial institutions. We will focus on funding. Of course, as you very well understand, policy requires certain activities and implementation of various goals and requires investments. We need money to build those homes, renovate homes, retrofit those homes, make them more energy efficient, and that is why accessibility to funding on economical terms is very important, so that it is a win-win model for consumers as well as financial institutions. And that is why we have invited some of the financial sector actors to this panel to talk about what they can offer. We would like to hear from them what their observations are about the trends in the housing market, and we will also try to convey what we expect from them in terms of availability of funding. Let me now introduce the panelists. Similarly to the previous panel, some of the panelists will join us remotely, online or virtually. Some of the panelists are here in this room, and I will start according to the list. And as first, I would like to introduce to you Martin Ičák from the European Investment Bank, who's joining us remotely, followed by Céline Tujuan from European Climate, Infrastructure and Environment Executive Agency. She will also be joining us virtually. And in person we have Anke Möllers from European City Facility Initiative, Energy Cities. So she is from the European City Facility Initiative and the Energy Cities working groups. Anke will tell herself more about the European City Facility Initiative, what it does and what she is responsible for. So she's here in person. And we also have, last but not least, a representative from a very important institution for the housing market from the renovation point of view. The Development Bank Altum and its CEO Reinis Bērziņš will represent Latvia. In this panel, I would like to once again thank all the panelists for finding the time to join us today, and I would like to give the floor first to Martin Ičák from the European Investment Bank. Before we kick off the panel, I would like to remind you, try to stick to the time slot given to you in order to leave more time for discussions, for reactions and for discussion. So please be prompt. You are given about 10 minutes for your introductory remarks, and please leave some room, some time for the debate discussion. Martin?
I will invite you to follow a certain schedule. In the panel, your introduction words and your presentation should be optimally around 10 minutes, and so that we can actually leave some space for exchange of thoughts and additional ideas between ourselves and contribute to each other's, let's say, ideas that way. But right now, Martin, the floor is yours. You are very welcome to open the panel.
Welcome, everyone. Good morning. Martin Ičák here speaking from Warsaw. I hope you can hear me well. Do you? And also, I'm not sure if you will display the presentation or shall I share my screen?
The presentation will be switched by our technicians.
Okay, perfect. So again, welcome. Thank you for this invitation. My name is Marcin Itczak. I work in the European Investment Bank in Jasper's department. I deal with energy projects, notably with energy efficiency, and my role is to provide technical assistance to projects or project promoters, focusing on the use of EU funds. So on my first slide, next slide, you will see that basically I would like to say that energy efficiency is very high on the agenda at the EIB. So we are becoming a climate bank. In November 2019, we have adopted an energy lending policy that confirms that energy efficiency is basically very important. So we have adopted this energy efficiency first principle, and we also exceptionally allow that our financing can cover up to 75% of the capital expenditures under this type of projects. We obviously focus on building rehabilitation, and apart from lending, we also offer other financial products and technical assistance. Next slide, please. So in terms of lending to energy efficiency, our lending has rapidly increased over the recent years. Well, starting with around 1 billion euro in 2012 to recently, on average, 5 billion euros annually. And 70% of this 5 billion euros actually goes to energy efficiency in buildings. So we offer loans that are attractive to the market because they have rather competitive interest rates, and at the same time we offer long tenors, which is unique. So next slide, please. So now the question of the day, which financial instruments? So I think that the answer to this question is obviously not simple, and probably the answer is that it depends. So we have a number of financial instruments that can support energy efficiency investments in housing. So this would be obviously grants, loans, but also financial guarantees or equity investments or energy funds contracting. So I think that the choice of the financial instrument would depend on, first of all, on the type of housing that we are dealing with. So a different instrument would probably be needed for single-family housing, where you have high transaction costs, and you probably need to plan something rather straightforward, and at the same time you can think of also offering a good technical assistance package. A different financing instrument would be required for multifamily housing, and here typically we have a combination of grants and loans, and also a different situation would apply to social housing, where you might have a problem split incentives, and where, for instance, EPC might be sometimes a solution. So again, it depends, and then also it would depend on the funding source. So I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that under this financial perspective of 2021-2027, we have plenty of funds available to energy efficiency in housing. So we have the EU budget of 1.8 trillion. 30% of this budget is estimated to support Green Deal investments. So basically this means that under each of these mentioned here funding sources, you will have an opportunity to find some allocation to energy efficiency in housing. So you have structural funds, REACT-EU, Recovery and Resilience Facility, Just Transition Mechanism, Modernization Fund, EIB loans, national and private funds. So all these can support energy efficiency in housing. So I think that the key thing is how to plan, spending under these programs, and how to find enough projects to make good use of these funds. So I think these two things are crucial. So first, having enough of projects to be supported, enough of good projects. And then the second point is planning carefully spending under these programs to avoid basically competition between these funds and to draw the demarcation lines carefully. Next slide, please. So that's why I think that under the current financial perspective, the role of technical assistance is crucial. So at the EIB, we have two key technical assistance instruments that we can offer to the market. So one is called JASPES, and JASPES basically is where I work, and JASPES focus on, I would say, more strategic level and can be used to support planning of the support schemes and programming basically of the spending under different programs. And then we also have ELENA, which in exchange would focus on the work down on the ground and on the work over the preparation and implementation of individual investments. Next slide, please. So then on JASPES a bit more in detail. So this is a partnership between the European Commission and the European Investment Bank, and it's an advisory service. So basically it means that we are a pool of experts that can offer an advice. And basically the objective of this advice is to support absorption of EU funds, to accelerate the grant approval, and to facilitate the financial close of a project. So this is the assistance that is free of charge for the beneficiaries, and it covers energy and notably energy efficiency in housing. So we are 100 experts sitting in 5 different offices. So myself, I'm sitting in Warsaw, but we also have experts working in Bucharest, Vienna, Luxembourg, Brussels, or Sofia. And we are currently engaged in 400 different assignments in 24 countries, of course, focusing on EU member states. And we have also been engaged in the past in Latvia. We've collaborated with Ministry of Economics over energy performance contracting, where we have analyzed different barriers to energy performance contracting in Latvia. And also we have supported the Latvian government in developing a model energy performance contracting financing, model EPC contract that could be used in Latvia, and that would be also agreed with Eurostat in terms of off-balance shipment of this type of projects. And then next slide, please. So the other slide is on the second key technical assistance facility that we are offering. So this is a facility called ELENA. So in exchange to compared to JASPES, ELENA is not a pool of experts that is being offered, but it's rather a pool of money. So pool of money that you can draw from and that you can use to hire your own experts or to hire your own employees that would later work on project preparation and development. So basically we can cover with ELENA 90% of eligible cost of the preparation of investment programs. We can offer ELENA to both public and private sector bodies. And ELENA can support such areas as renewable energy, energy efficiency, and sustainable transport. So obviously energy efficiency in housing is covered. And you have 3 years basically to draw funds from ELENA and then implement your investment program. And the minimum project size that we can support is 30 million euros. So in Latvia, we also have ELENA projects, notably in Jelgava, we have a project with a housing management and company. And basically this project aims at renovating a number of multifamily buildings in Jelgava. And then the final slide, please. So just summarizing my intervention. So European Investment Bank is becoming a climate bank, and energy efficiency is very high on our agenda. Annually, EIB lending to energy efficiency stands at around 3 to 5 billion euros, and 70% of this amount goes to energy efficiency in housing. But apart from lending, we also offer technical assistance, and I believe the technical assistance in the current financial perspective will be very important. And we have two technical assistance facilities to offer, notably JASPES and ELENA, and we kindly invite you to take use of these opportunities. So this is the introduction to the discussion. I'll be happy to answer to any questions later. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Martin, for your insight into policy of European Investment Bank, and I will just add my small remark. Actually, despite the fact that we may see energy efficiency as one of the focuses in the, let's say, housing policy in recent years, and some might even think, okay, is it enough nowadays? But actually, let's look at it at that a different way. Energy efficiency projects are often have a very favorable economic output of the investment. So in part they can help also very often if they are carried out together with other investments. They can help to finance those investments that themselves may not be so much, let's say, with so much economic benefit. One very fine example is renovation of electrical installations, which actually in a typical house doesn't bring any direct economic benefits from the point of view of costs of living in the house. But it is a safety issue of safety. And we still need that. But if the works are carried out between as a part of larger investment project, in my opinion, it is a very good way. These energy efficiency projects that they can help, they can give this leverage to the investment as a whole, and can help carry out other necessary activities. So this is why my invitation would be let's view energy efficiency projects as a crucial actually part which covers more than just energy efficiency, but also many other affordability, safety, and comfort features of the housing. So just one small remark, but I will pass the floor to the next speaker, which is Celine. Celine, you are invited to give your insight and your remarks and maybe reflect on what we already said during the discussion and represent your perspective of European Climate and Infrastructure and Environment Executive Agency. Celine, you are welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And do you hear me good?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good, super. So yes, my name is Céline Tougeron, and I'm very glad to participate to this conference today. I apologize for not being able to attend in person. I'm basically going to present a few initiatives that and concepts that are supported by EU programs. So most of the initiative of this presentation were financed through the Horizon 2020 program. Today, this program's activities continues to be supported through a new program called the Life Clean Energy Transition program. Will you play my presentation? Will you play my presentation or shall I play myself?
Varētu iesākt prezentāciju?
So could we please have the presentation for Celine, please, the technicians?
Next slide, please. Are you playing them? Because I saw them and they...
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, then I don't have them on my screen.
You should check, sorry, the other screen possibly.
Okay, perfect. Yes. So basically, we are a program that is not directly financing the investments as presented before, or by initiative from EIB or from other banks. We are basically here to support breaking market barriers and supporting the change in terms of regulations and building capacities of the different actors in order to make the investments possible. There is an understanding that we need to mobilize different sources of financing, public, private, mobilize different type of technical assistance, and also de-risk the investments. And so I'm going to present a bit of this concept. I attached a few reference to projects that could be relevant for the Latvian market, but I'm not going to enter into the detail of each of the initiative today. Next slide, please. So we basically have different initiatives that are building what we call, or setting up what we call one-stop shop initiatives in cities and regions in order to support homeowners having access to information and to financing in order to retrofit their homes. I will present you a few initiatives that we call the project development assistance, which is similar to what Marcin just presented within the ELENA facility. The next presentation after me will be about the EU City Facility, which is also one of the initiatives we finance, which is to basically help municipalities developing this concept and preparing the investments pipeline. Next slide, please. So first of all, in terms of integrated home renovation services, this is to support individuals retrofit their home. And so there is, in Europe, most of the residential building belongs to non-professional individuals, and they need to be accompanied throughout their journey. So the picture is actually from one of the project Octave. And I guess many of you who might have gone through the renovation journey might recognize yourself. And so in order to basically help homeowners find information, get access to trusty professionals and being able to identify the various sources of financing they can mobilize or that they could have access to, cities and regions are developing what we call one-stop shops. Meaning one office often providing a certain service and accompanying this journey. It serves as an entry point, and they want to facilitate the access to information and to qualified professionals. Next slide, please. So one of the examples is in Vienna. We heard Vienna earlier today. And this is a one-stop shop for private homeowners and for their building managers. It's coordinated by the city of Vienna, who is also directly participating and supporting the initiative and really aiming to boost the energy retrofits. So they provide independent advice. In that sense, we mean company and product neutral advices and created what we can consider as a quality platform with the different renovation partners in Vienna. Next slide, please. I presented this also because of the topic of today. Of course, it cannot be addressed without considering how to address energy poverty, which is a challenge in Europe. And of course, there are different types of supports in the information, but also in the financial instruments and solutions that can be proposed for energy poor households. And in that context, next slide, please, I highlighted one project, COMACT, which is basically developing solutions for energy poor communities in several countries, Bulgaria, Hungary, Lithuania, Macedonia, and Ukraine. And they really aim to develop different financial schemes that would be appropriate for those families. Next slide, please. In order to develop this pipeline of projects and having solutions combining different sources of funding, we believe that there is a need to have these technical assistance solutions being deployed throughout Europe. It's what we call the project development assistance type of support. So we are helping municipalities and regions in developing their pipeline of projects in order to aggregate them and to reach a critical size where they can then find the funding for it and mobilizing private finance. Public support is not enough in order to achieve the overall amounts of retrofits that are needed in Europe to achieve the overall goals that we have. And of course, for that, there is a need to also develop different innovative financing solutions. So here I mentioned different initiative that has been launched throughout Europe, forfeiting fund here actually in Latvia, on tax financing in Spain, energy performance tenancy agreements in Italy, and I would invite you actually to check a little bit those different initiatives, and we are here to basically support replications and such type of initiative being developed. Next slide, please. So this is actually probably a lot of you heard about them because actually they are from Latvia. So they were supported through two Horizon 2020 projects, Sunshine and Accelerate Sunshine, in order to basically support deep retrofits of public buildings and multifamily buildings using long-term energy performance contracting. There has been the creation of the Latvian Baltic Energy Efficiency Facility, which is a revolving fund to refinance EPCs projects and to scale up Dutch retrofits across the country. And the initiative is now being replicated in additional EU country, particularly in Poland, through another project called the Finagodom project. And next slide, please. In order to make those investments and to mobilize the private financing, there is also a need to de-risk energy efficiency investments and to make them more attractive to the financier. And so we also have a set of projects that are really working on developing different risk assessment tools and benchmarks, standardization of the energy efficiency investments, and this work is also going on in a working group developed at European level within the EFIC working group. And many actors from Europe are basically really working on those concepts, also to make them then implementable through the different actors. And next slide, please. One of the initiative in that perspective was is the Energy Efficiency Mortgage Initiative, where there was really work since 2016 to involve banks in this different concept of de-risking the investments and getting the banks understanding the concept and providing, developing services that and loans that would be relevant for energy efficiency retrofits. Last element I wanted to flag, which is my next slide, is that all of these concepts are needs to be discussed, and there is a need of having dialogue platform, gathering the different stakeholders, including the financial sector, the public authorities, energy services, and of course there is a large focus on buildings, not only, also on industry, but because of the renovation wave, latest focus, it's a lot on buildings. And so this started at the EU level by an initiative that we manage, which is called the Sustainable Energy Investment Forum, where we actually organized two national roundtables in Latvia in 2018 and 19. And the process is now continuing within one Horizon 2020 project, which is called the Run Baltic. And actually you had this process continuing and roundtable being organized last year and in May this year, together with the Ministry of Economics and the Ministry of Environmental Protection and Regional Development in Latvia. So if you are interested in joining this process, the partner in Latvia is the Latvian Environmental Investment Fund. There was different session on public and private housing and how to implement sustainable financing frameworks. Last slides is basically information slides on upcoming calls, because I give you a lot of examples of initiatives that we supported over the last year, and we work with the annual call. So there is currently a call open. The deadlines to submit proposals is by November the 16th of November 22. We have 18 topics, and many of them are related to initiatives I mentioned just before. And so I've attached a few links for you to find information and the details about each of the calls. Last slide is to invite you. In September, we are organizing the European Sustainable Energy Week, where a lot of those topics are also being discussed. So that will take place at the end of September in Brussels. You're all welcome to attend. And I also attached a few links to the different newsletters and channels where we communicate about these kind of initiatives. So I hope I managed to respect the time by still providing a few information. And I'm available if you have any questions or if you need any clarifications. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zane, on your presentation. We have also received certain feedback from a member of EESC, from Isabel, which already shared her remark, and she reflected on speech and the presentation of Martin, and what Isabel underlines that, of course, energy efficiency currently is really essential from the social and the environmental point of view. And I can only agree on that because actually, if we look at the housing sector, it is, for example, in Latvia, the housing sector remains one of the main consumers of energy resources. And it is also a sector with the largest energy losses among all of them. Actually, the future achievements in climate policy are to be made actually in housing sector. Not so much in energy sector, which has done already for last 20 or more years, actually quite a significant effort, but it is actually a housing sector which needs to catch up with many industries and many, let's say, other economic sectors apart from transport, which remains rather difficult and challenging sector, but housing sector is definitely one of focus sectors if we discuss energy efficiency. And social perspective, of course, is extremely important at that point when we see prices of energy soaring and reaching new records almost every week. For last half a year, we have experienced several electricity price records in the energy exchange, and definitely it is painful experience, but it is also a good news for energy efficiency because it makes these energy efficiency projects both socially and economically attractive as they have never been before, actually. Thanks to Isabel for her remark, and I will pass the microphone and the floor to our next speaker, Anke, representing European City Facility Initiative, Energy Cities, and I hope Anke will also explain a little bit more about her organization and their role and their views.
Yes, thank you very much. Hello, welcome. Happy to be in Riga in person, to meet you all for once in real life and not in front of the screen. So my name is Anke Möllers. I work at Energy Cities, an organization based in Brussels and Besançon in France. And I'm coordinating the European City Facility, which I will present to you today. Basically, my aim today is really to show you how you, not personally, but how the cities in your countries can access funding to prepare their energy investments in the cities. So I hope to illustrate this quite nicely. I have a few slides as well. Just one or two words on the organization I work for, so you can put this into context. I work for Energy Cities, as I said. It's a platform for cities, and we are we have members that are cities, and our main goal is really to make cities future-proof so that we can accelerate the energy transition in our network. And for this, we have at the moment about 1,000 members all over Europe and beyond in 30 different countries. I have to admit, in Latvia, we don't have so many members yet, so feel free to explore our website to see what we are doing, what we are offering. But coming back to the European City Facility, what the main topic I'm here for today, this is a facility that is financed by the Horizon 2020 project, already mentioned before by Celine. It has started about 3 years ago as an initiative because we realized cities need help to prepare their energy investments. And we wanted this initiative to be very simple and straightforward. We said we need to really respond to the needs of the cities. The cities for us are the places where the most and biggest potential to really accelerate the energy transition. They play a huge role in making the housing stock, the buildings and other sectors as well in the city climate neutral, and cities also itself, they define very ambitious climate and energy targets. So we need to help them to come from these targets they set to real energy investments on the ground. And this is basically a big gap. It's not just a big gap just because of financing. I mean, we heard before public financing. Public funding is not enough. We need also private funding. But it's also because once you have defined your energy and climate targets in the cities, well, you need the capacity to really implement something to achieve these targets. And this is where cities, the staff of cities is usually standing in front of a big question mark on how do we approach this, how can we finance this, with which experience do we need, etc. So this is where the European City Facility comes into place, and this is where we want to help and take the cities on a journey to really achieve this. We heard already about a few barriers and so on, so just to mention a few, and I indirectly already said it, that in cities you have this limited human resources and capacity in general all over Europe. We have a rather conservative approach to finance and also a lot of lack of experience with developing investment packages. Now with the EUCF, to summarize what we really want to do is to provide financial and technical expertise to cities. We want to deliver with the cities more than 200 investment concepts. I'll come to this in the next slide. And the last point for me is the most important, is by these 200 investment concepts that we want to develop with the cities, or the cities actually develop themselves, is to trigger more than 320 million euros of public and private investments further on. And that's quite an impressive amount. So what do we finance really, and how do we do it? Basically, as I said, the main objective is really to support the cities to achieve their sustainable energy investments. We ask, well, before you start your investment, of course, you have to have some kind of a concept. And this is where cities usually struggle. Like, how do I write an interesting investment concept that attracts investors, be it public or private afterwards? How can we formulate it in a way that it is attractive, that it speaks to them, that it's convincing in the sense of, yes, we can invest in this, it makes sense, there's a certain return of investment, there's a certain amount of energy savings or renewable energy production and so on. So what we developed with some investment advisors as well is some kind of an investment concept template, which will help cities to really translate their project idea they have in a financial language. So in this investment concept, it's the first step towards the sustainable energy investment. Cities would need to really write down the context of the investment, for whom it is for, where it will be located, what are the costs, what are the operating costs afterwards, what's the return of investment, what are the likely energy savings, what is the likely renewable energy production, and so on. So we asked cities to develop this. And in order to do so, we open calls for cities, and we give cities a lump sum of 60,000 euros grant, like that. So cities can use it either for in-house staff afterwards or external experts, as they wish, to develop this investment concept. So once we open a call, you come to us, you apply, you check if you're eligible, and then you could get this grant of 60,000 euros. We don't ask you to report on any of these costs. What we in the end want is that you develop an investment concept within 1 year. Activities you could imagine that are part of this preparation of investment costs are, of course, feasibility studies, but are also social studies, market studies, whatever financial analysis you need to do to make this investment happen. So what we do not finance with European City Facility is the investment itself. So this needs to be clear. I mean, it's not enough money, the 60,000, but it's really the first step to make it happen and to prepare your investment with this concept. And in a way that investors, future investors, really find this attractive and you know, hook on your idea that you just developed. How does it really concretely work? And this is where it comes, it's really quite a simple, straightforward process. Once we open a call, cities go to our website. You can find the details in my last slide afterwards. There's a simple eligibility check you do yourselves. It's 5 questions you have to answer, and if those of all these questions are answered with yes, you can basically go to the next step and develop, implement the application form. So basic requirement is that you have to be a city or a local authority or a grouping of cities and local authorities. You have to be in the EU or the UK. You have to have, and that's very important, a climate and or energy plan approved, valid on city level, so a CCAP or something similar. You need political commitment by a mayor or someone equivalent, and you need to also commit that you would, once you have developed this investment concept, allow us to monitor the process 2 years afterwards. Once you submit the application form, it is rather straightforward. We do a check of everything. We need about 2 months for decision making, so it's not a very long time, and then you get a yes or no. We approach also, well, we have a regional approach for the applications. This is just for you to see where you're located, basically, because we consider the municipality applying in the north of Sweden might not really compare well enough with the municipality from the south of Greece. So there are different conditions, there are different contexts. So we divide it in 3 regions, as you can see: Central and Eastern Europe, where Latvia is located, the Nordic countries in Western Europe, and Southern Europe. So we compare projects in a fair way within these 3 different regions. Good news for the moment is that the 4th call is currently open. So we had 3 previous calls where we approved already 165 proposals for investment concepts by cities. So 165. We want to develop more than 200. So the current call is open until the 30th of September 2022. So all cities can still apply until end of September. And if you need more information on this, of course, I'm happy to speak to you on the details of this later on. Information which is important for you to know what is remaining in terms of budget for this 4th and our last call, unfortunately. We have 2.8 million available of budget for about 48 investments concepts that we want to develop. And this is where it gets interesting again for the regional approach. As you can see, we basically make a difference on how many concepts we want to approve per region, because based on what we previously approved, we give this in this call more preference to Central Eastern Europe. So good news for Latvia, because here we have the least approved investment concepts so far. That's one more slide exactly on the topics. So as you've heard, we are about sustainable energy investments or preparing sustainable energy investments in cities. We do not limit it only to the housing sector. But as you can see with what we have approved so far, a big bulk goes to buildings. You have 25 and 12, where you have 37% on public and private buildings where the energy investments should go to. Then you have other ones that are very closely linked to it, like district heating or innovative energy infrastructure. There are also some link to housing sector. So it is an interesting initiative, I think, for many cities in Europe. It is an attractive, straightforward process to get some funding and to get your process going to become more climate neutral in the future. And if you have further questions, I'm still here today. Please come and talk to me. Otherwise, check our website and contact me afterwards by email. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anke, for your presentation. I would also like to intervene with a question that we received slightly earlier. Actually, it somewhat covered the first part of our conference first panel, but actually I believe it is very relevant also to this part, and I will read it down and also reflect and share some of my thoughts and invite my colleagues also to reflect on this question as well. The question is actually more of a suggestion which invites decision makers and policy makers to actually simplify administrative procedures for carrying out building projects and renovation projects. Also, procedures related with maintenance of the buildings and so on, which I think is, of course, there are arguments on both sides. Of course, simplifying is one way to achieve quicker availability. It simplifies the process. It sometimes actually helps people to access their goals in the housing sector. On the other hand, as long as we are involving more professional assistance and professional participation of financing institutions, we still need the results of our efforts, of our investments, especially in the public sector or buildings which are co-owned by different owners, that still needs to be kept on check. The results should be measured, achieved according to the specific plans. So I think there is a very fine balance where you have to maintain a certain administrative control over the process and where you can still cut some of the administrative burdens. One more suggestion which comes from this specific attendee of the conference also is very closely related with my sphere, and which invites reduce the cost of electricity connections. My comment will be very specifically addressing this from our point of our industry, and I would like to remind actually stakeholders and attendees of the companies of the conference that costs for building electricity connection is not an administrative cost. It is costs for labor of the people involved and for the building materials which involves. So when someone invites actually to cut these costs, this means that he invites to not to pay to other people for jobs they have done. So the question is, can we really call it a socially responsible invitation or initiative? It can we can discuss certain, let's say, subsidies or assistance to building of infrastructure, which is a sustainable way to manage, but simplified and very, let's say, primitive call for just let's pay them less for the job. I don't think really that is something that really takes into account interests of all stakeholders in a responsible way. So my invitation would be actually to not mistake subsidies and assistance for sustainable policy, because let's say not paying to someone for jobs they have done is not really a sustainable way. There are other ways actually which can be done, and how a burden for building infrastructure can be reduced, and I think that this writer of this comment has very well indicated one such way, that it is municipalities who develop infrastructure in a centralized way and attract additional investments or funds for development of infrastructure, for example, are financing and helping this way. But I will actually invite our next speaker, who is a very important stakeholder and actually a key player in energy efficiency field right now in Latvia. The floor is yours. Reinis mums ir patiesībā noteikti viens no tiem cilvēkiem.
Reinis is most probably one of those people one of the key people when it comes to implementation of energy efficiency projects. So Reinis, very much looking forward to your ideas and comments.
They're participants of conference, they're partners, they're also colleagues, if I may say so. So it's a great honor for me to be here. I was suggested to continue in Latvian. My presentation though will be in English, but if there is any need to switch back, no problem, and also on question and answer session. Tiešām vēlreiz visiem
Once again, big thank you for inviting me, for having me here. Altum is very much dealing and very much focused on all of the issues on today's agenda, on the agenda of today's conference. Since our establishment in 2015, when 3 institutions were merged and Altum as a development bank was created, energy efficiency, housing became our responsibility after the merger, after the integration, and after the title slide I will go right into the subject without giving general remarks, and I'll give you figures and you decide for yourself whether it's a lot or not enough. So before you hear these figures, when we are talking about tens and hundreds of millions, just remember that Altum has grown. We had 315 million in our portfolio, now it's 1 billion, and 100 million for housing is a substantial amount, and we have been serious player in this sector, and I will also explain why. One of the initiatives that we are very much proud of, which has huge impact on our economy, is housing guarantees, especially housing guarantees for young families and young professionals who are returning from abroad to Latvia. We always emphasize this. This is how it works. This is, these are the sort of steps or phases, how it works. We don't guarantee the whole sum. We guarantee only the collateral or the initial down payment, and when we were still in COVID, the average amount of guarantees increased. If on average you would spend 70 to 75,000 euros on your home, we guaranteed 8 to 9,000 of this sum, and we guarantee this initial down payment depending on how many children you have in your family, 1, 2, 3 or 4. We increase the guarantee up to 10, 15, 20 or 30%, depending again on the number of children. On top of that, we guarantee 5% if you comply with the current energy efficiency standards. And one of the more recent innovations is if you're, for example, expecting a child, if a woman is expecting a child, if family is expecting a child, and child is due to be delivered, we also increase the guarantee, so it's a couple of hundreds of euros that we guarantee in order to support these families. Why do I like this initiative? Because the funding allocated from the national budget allows us to take on commitments that are 4 times bigger. So we guarantee the initial down payment of young families, because usually if you go to a bank, you apply for a mortgage and you need the first down payment, you don't have the savings, and we therefore guarantee these initial down payments. So it's 8 to 9,000 if you buy a flat for 70 to 75,000. It has huge impact, huge return. There's no bigger leverage in any of our initiatives because we also usually measure economic impact. And when I, give this ratio, our risk appetite, which is 1:4, and we guarantee basically up to 9% of the overall sum. But our international partners say that this is a very smart approach. By investing very little, you have huge gains, because what is happening right now, there is a credit squeeze at the moment. Mortgage is not accessible. Current total mortgage portfolio of all the banks is 1.5 billion euros. We have very small amount in all of this amount. On top of that, we also have guarantees for, again, families with 2, 3, 4 children, or you can have 2 children and expecting another child. You have access to these family grants. You have to comply with other criteria. There's a certain income threshold, or income is one of the criteria that we use in our selection. And also we're thinking, how should we support large families, big families with our grants? We called up the Ministry of Economy and we decided that it's going to be 8,000 to 10,000, and on top of that you can get additional 2,000 if you comply with the top energy efficiency standards. And then we also have guarantees for soldiers, for troops, National Armed Forces members. We also have housing guarantees for young professionals that I already mentioned. Or young families without children. We have commercial rates for them, but this is a very popular product for people under 35 years of age. And we have a similar instrument for the soldiers. We have changed the legislation, and soon we will also have this product on our portfolio, which is sort of closer to what we call guarantees for families with children. If you're a soldier, you will not have to, of course, comply with the children criteria, obviously. But energy efficiency of residential buildings is tier 1, tier 2. So we have several iterations of this program. We have 118 million from the previous program that we've carried over. Altogether we have 156 million, but we have to do our homework by 2023. We have to finalize this first iteration, but with colleagues in the Ministry of Economy, we'll have another project and a couple of tens of millions. Can I really talk about this? It's about 57 million roughly, if I'm not mistaken, that we could channel into this. It may change, of course, but we will offer bigger money in the next programming period. I'm very happy that this scheme continues, it evolves, because the demand for it is enormous. And frankly speaking, from Altum perspective, we're a company, we're a state enterprise, but we try to manage, I try to manage company as a business organization. This is a very tough segment for us. It's easier from an administrative costs point of view to give a big loan to a well-known company here in Latvia. But this is a very socially important segment that we are happy to work with, because we see tangible outcomes. I mean, what we do moves forward our national policy in the field of energy efficiency, climate change, and we have reduced the administrative costs as much as we could, and we are offering as many grants as possible, and we're happy about that. Then another product that we are proud of is renovation loans. Last season in one of the Riga districts we presented or launched this program. Why do we need this? Because a lot can be done within the residential housing insulation replacement program, but sometimes there are things that fall beyond the scope of these projects, because you need a parking lot, children's playground. So we offer therefore a very sort of broad loan with very attractive interest rates. So 30,000-40,000 euros are available for things that banks usually don't finance. And last but not least, as you can see here, there's another new product in our family, a product which has been designed to promote the rent market or the rent sector. So in 2017-2018, one of the things that we discussed with my colleague Gunta and Edmunds and other people in different working groups, there was one of the working groups that was created by the Prime Ministers with different stakeholders, and we thought about building rent buildings, and we see that banks are not funding residential buildings. In Valmiera we have these two buildings. Everyone knows here in Latvia about this case, but that's one of the few good examples that we have here in Latvia. And we tried to pilot a program which was worth 30 plus million, and we needed a venture capital approximately 5 million, and we could provide mezzanine funding on top of that. We discussed it with the international partners, EIB, but we had to provide 5.5 million, and everyone was happy about that. Everyone applauded, but as it usually happens with decision makers, it was actually less than 5.5 million. We had to shelve this program, unfortunately, postpone it. I'm happy that we have reintroduced it, and our resilience and recovery funding has allowed us to somehow resuscitate this program with 30-40 million. If I can, I'd like to spend 2 minutes more talking about what I have to say. So I've basically gone through most of the things that I wanted to tell you, but and yes, I forgot that I have to click through myself. So this is what I already told you, the huge economic impact of the housing guarantees, 30% of the total bank portfolio, the amount of the guarantee, I already told you about that. National schemes there, the impact on the economy, and 31,000 children are benefiting from our guarantees. Energy efficiency of residential buildings, I've already told about this. 117 million, I already referred to this figure. And you can see the number of families benefiting here. Overall energy savings 59%, quite substantial, you have to agree. So here's the map with residential houses in different regions of Latvia. Of course, most of those residential buildings are in Riga, but in Riga, all in all, we have more residential houses than in other regions of Latvia. And this is our novelty that I would like to introduce here. 43 million loan for 3 years, capital rebate of up to 25-30%, open for private public companies, cooperatives, can be implemented outside Riga because that is where the main market gap is. We can see that rent costs are quite affordable, not too high. Municipalities will be able to also adjust them or target them at specific groups in order to make those flats available. And we will launch it in foreseeable future. You can imagine a sweeter program. So the interest rate is 0.79 here. That is because of the substantial public funding available here, and I've already told this to colleagues in the Ministry of Economy. In 2015, when we started out, we had to start from scratch. Now we're in 2022. We have one of the biggest portfolios for this specifically, and I'd like to thank indeed my colleagues in the Ministry of Economy. Edmunds, the State Secretary of the Ministry, has been at various working groups, and he's seen how we've developed products from scratch for Alton, for our economy. These are quite significant figures, but we will not stop there, of course. Thank you very much.
His presentation and remarks. Actually, it was specifically presentation of Reinis, but actually also presentations before, which provoked some thoughts and reflection also of my own experience. I will continue maybe in Latvian, hopefully. But
one of the important issues here in terms of financial affordability is how it affects affordability or availability in regions. And I actually came across this problem myself. I tried to buy a house near Riga, in the range of 80 kilometers, close to Riga, and I decided that I will live outside Riga, further away from Riga, and will still commute to Riga, to the city, to benefit from the urban, opportunities. We have very good programs for cities, whereas countryside is somewhat, or has been somewhat neglected or forgotten. And I would like to therefore ask question to Anke.
Anke, about her thoughts on a specific way. Accessibility of financing for energy efficiency and housing in general outside cities, because I think cities has achieved great progress actually and good experience, but what are your reflections on the situation outside big cities or smaller cities, for example, cities which are, let's say, within agglomeration zone of larger cities? Do you see from your experience anything that you can, let's say, use and suggest to those who want to, let's say, also address and tackle such issues as, let's say, balanced regional development and so on? I guess there is some experience to be shared.
Yes, sure. I should also precise for the European City Facility. I mentioned cities in my presentation. We are talking about local authorities in general, and mainly we focus on small and medium-sized cities, knowing that these have the biggest issues in terms of capacity to build energy investments. So while we have a few larger cities that are applying, if you look at the list that is available online of whom we are financing with the grant, the 60,000, I would say 95% are really smaller and medium-sized cities all over Europe, not really the large cities. So we don't have Paris, we don't have London or any huge cities involved. It's really the smaller ones we want to target, because here we see the most deficits. Yes, and also in the European City Facility, you have the possibility to apply as groupings of cities and local authorities. So it doesn't need to be one city. You can group with, if you have different, it depends on the country. You have different departments that agglomerate different cities. You have like metropolitan areas. Well, it's a bit contradictory. I'm not saying like urban areas with different city districts as one, forming one legal entity. So you can have a grouping of local authorities also applying. So this also implies that smaller cities who would maybe not on their own have an application can join other cities to do this. So we acknowledge this problem of this balance, urban and regional, or urban and rural divide. So this is very important. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your reflections, and I will also invite representatives of financial institutions also reflect on that. Reine, varbūt, jā, lūkšu tad iesākt šo, jo, nu nav.
So, Reine, perhaps you can contribute your opinion, because it's no secret that in Latvia that this border between availability of funding and housing in Riga and Greater Riga is in a much different situation than compared to the rest of Latvia. So what is perhaps the solutions that you see that you could propose for the stakeholders in order to overcome the situation? Yes, I completely agree. I know from personal experience what it means to build a house in a Greater Riga and build a house about 80-100 kilometers away from Riga, with a family with very high income and stable income. It's still beyond the scope what banks see as viable. So, of course, we need answers from the state and Altum as a tool. This is obviously an insufficiency of the market, and we have to increase the funding available through our program, and I think that this will be a very good pilot project to begin with. It is specifically aimed at the regions. Of course, we would normally require some risk coverage, but I think that this is a very good pilot project, and it could be implemented in other categories as well. So, for example, we could change criteria around based on the needs of various categories, various groups. At the moment, a lot of our funding is actually going to Riga and Greater Riga, but if we perhaps place a higher focus on the regions, then of course there will be people that don't like this, but the regions will benefit from this, as this will channel funding outside of Riga and Greater Riga as well. Well, it's good to hear. I think that perhaps Marcin from the European Investment Bank has also something to comment about political or policy decisions in regard to this.
To you, as what is actually a policy of European Investment Bank towards? Do you address such issues related with regional disparities? Do you have faced such challenge in your policies?
Well, I think that we do not necessarily, differentiate, between, large cities and smaller cities or municipalities in our operations. We normally, work on a big scale anyway, and then I think that it's also up to the local institutions with whom we collaborate to take these particular issues into account, and I think that there's also no easy way to solve them. Yeah, but obviously, from the point of view of energy efficiency, looking only at the energy efficiency aspect of housing renovation, then there needs to be a difference in the approach between the cities and smaller municipalities, in the way the projects are planned, in the way the projects are implemented, in the way that the package is formulated. Well, in the larger cities, we mainly deal with multifamily housing. So I think another solution is needed for multifamily housing, and a different solution is needed for smaller municipalities where we would be mainly dealing with single-family houses. With single-family houses, you have very high transaction costs because the effort in the preparation of the project is higher relative to the cost of the project. So then I think you have two options. One is that you try to make the program, as simple and easy as possible. And then as a consequence, you may, increase the funding that you allocate to projects. But on the other hand, you might compromise on the quality of the projects and the results here and there. And then the second option is to also to offer a comprehensive technical assistance package. But this means that this project preparation effort in smaller municipalities, it would need to be supported with basically an army of people that would be, filling the application forms for the building owners and helping them to go through the bureaucracy. So I think that these are the two options that we have, and that we can also support. But this means that basically in each municipality there would need to be a unit that would be supporting energy efficiency renovation and supporting the homeowners.
Thank you, Martin, for your remarks. And I would also like to remind you, attendees of the conference, not only those online, but also those present, are kindly invited and encouraged to ask questions if you have any.
So I would like to remind you here in the room as well to feel free to ask your questions, submit your comments if you have any. We've also received a good comment from one of our stakeholders.
A very comprehensive comment also regarding financing issues from one of the stakeholders, which is International Union of Tenants, a Brussels office, and the representative of the organization, Chair Masarotto. he's also stressing the importance of actually what Rein has already said and underlined, that financing solutions and policies of financing institutions should also pay very much attention to the development of renting markets. So I can only fully agree, because actually the people that, who use rented property are also, as let's say, as entitled to enjoy the same benefits that the rest of the society is actually using from the point of energy efficiency and affordability, because actually we are seeing right now that social mobility and labor market mobility is increasing. Actually, everyone actually who was convinced that no, I do not want to rent a property, actually, which was quite an unpopular concept, that you rent a property in a long term. But nowadays, people, when they go through very, let's say, dynamic changes in their career, they become more open, actually, and they appreciate this rent market. So actually, we shouldn't see this rental market as a very, let's say, marginal sector of housing, but actually it is highly crucially important, which facilitates our social mobility, it facilitates our labor market mobility, and it should be seen as important as any other sector. And as we actually discussed in our previous panel, it is also a sector which is highly important to several of the vulnerable groups. So I think the message from the representative of International Union of Tenants is very appropriate also in financing aspect, and I'm really happy to hear that actually that in Latvia, Altum is doing this particular effort in addressing these issues in also renting market and in regions which may not look as bankable as this from the surface, but on the other hand, they are this development, this project is actually what creates additional economic activity in these regions. It is what facilitates that these regions become bankable in the future, for example. So I would like to really thank Chair Masarotto for his comment. And do you have any maybe additional reflections also on this rental issue and? Okay. Jā, tiešām paldies kolēģiem.
So thank you, dear colleagues. I want to ask you once more whether anyone here in the room has anything to add on. I see that we do have a question or comment from one of our participants. Well, it's more of a comment rather than a question. First of all, thank you to all of our panelists for their presentations and explanations, both this panel and the first one. As regards the availability of financing for housing and energy efficiency, as regards availability of housing, there are significant differences throughout Europe, and often enough this understanding of what is and is not available differs greatly. This is more applicable perhaps to countries such as Latvia and other Eastern European states, where bank loans are not provided with long terms, so for 40 or 50 years, which is very important for rental buildings. The fact is that the program that Rein spoke about, we are hard-pressed to co-finance construction costs from public funds in order to ensure that rental prices are actually affordable. So if it were possible to get loans for 40 to 50 years, then we would not perhaps need such great proportion of grants from the public sector. Because it is important that the loans provided for construction of new buildings would be aligned with the foreseeable lifespan of the building itself, because this would ensure lower rental costs, lower maintenance costs of the property. And this is a serious challenge. We see that, for example, in Austria or Denmark, which were already mentioned, we see that there loan accessibility is much better. The maturity terms for loans are much longer, and this is something we should take into consideration. Thank you, Edmunds, for your contribution. Edmunds is a representative of the Ministry of Economics. Another issue that I got to thinking about during our discussion, and that is connected with my personal experience as an electric engineer, as our association deals with the state of infrastructure in many buildings. What we've seen is that nearer to Riga, nearer to the economic centers, the electric infrastructure is much better, and farther out into the regions where we have less dense population, we see that the condition of electric systems is much worse. What can we conclude from this is that actually many buildings in the regions are in a dire need of renovations, probably much more so than buildings in the economically active hubs of larger cities. So this is not only an issue of affordability or availability, it is also an issue of security, of safety of the people living in these buildings. So the question is whether the policymakers are ready to fill these market gaps, to not only work on resolving these social and economic issues, but actually work on these safety issues, because high quality rental properties, if they are made available to vulnerable social groups, they protect against accidents, against injuries, trauma, and losses. So this is also an important long-term aspect of the housing sector. So I think that initiatives related to renovating the housing sector are important, not only in the aspect of housing policy, but also the safety of our population. So all of us need to understand that through these initiatives and policy decisions, we are also protecting the safety of the most vulnerable social groups, and policymakers need to understand that these decisions have a multiplication effect. These decisions are not simply related to the availability of apartments or the economic development, but also to fundamental safety issues. So, dear colleagues, dear listeners and participants, we have successfully come to our lunch break, which is a very pleasant moment and a pleasant opportunity for us to continue our discussions informally as well. We have 1 hour for lunch, so I ask you to convene back here again at 2 o'clock to continue our discussions with renewed strength.
A crucial time where we recover our energy and have a nice lunch, so we can also continue our discussions in more informal atmosphere. But let's give applause to our participants of the second panel. Thank you very much, everybody, for your involvement and views, and I'm really happy that we also managed to let's say, open up for more intensive exchange of our ideas and thoughts on that. Thank you very much indeed. Tiešām liels paldies un tiekamies.
So we meet again at 2 o'clock. We convene here for the third panel discussion. Thank you.
Sorry, dear colleagues, and additional one important announcement. On the third panel, dear colleagues, on the third panel we will also have one more participant who will reflect also on financing issues, because one of the participants was unfortunately not able to make it on the second, but we will also give her additional floor and time on the third panel to discuss at the end of the third. So that would be just one organizational remark, but we will return on this very interesting topic of financing slightly. Thank you. Okay. Dear participants, what you already saw was a small rehearsal for what we will have to do right now. And I kindly invite you to come for a group photo before we launch our last panel. So everybody is welcomed on the stage to take a group photo. Yes, all of the guests. Baiba will correct me if I'm wrong, but all of the guests are invited. It's important that we do it right now because, of course, some of you will have to. Yes. Yes. So after the last sessions, we will be already slightly exhausted, and somebody will already have to hurry to the transport. So let's gather now.
Behind you. I'm here. Cheers. Cheers. That's so be careful. He has a machine gun.
So, dear participants of the conference, dārgie konferences viesi, es ceru, ka...
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I hope all of you are fully recharged and you have enough energy to go through the third panel.
After we had a good lunch, I really hope that you have been able to recharge your batteries and have enough energy and spark for the third panel of our meeting. And the third panel is how to boost investment in energy efficiency of buildings. Tātad, kā piesaistīt investīcijas energoefektivitātē.
So we will talk about boosting investments in energy efficiency of buildings, and we have another topic to discuss in this panel, how to better integrate the EU national and local levels.
And I think it is just logical that we, in the first panel, identified what are the groups towards which these housing efforts, policy efforts should be addressed. In the second panel, we discussed what are the potential financial instruments for these activities. And in the third panel, we logically move on to how to actually attract this money which we are going to distribute in this policy area. And the third panel will have a larger number of speakers. I will announce them one by one. The first speaker is Edmunds Valantis, the State Secretary of Latvian Ministry of Economics, who will be in person. I will be the only other participant who will be attending this panel in person, so we will have to cover this physical presence of the panel, but the rest of the distinguished speakers are participating online, and they will have their floor very soon. The first of them will be Marcos Ross-Sempere, group of the Progressive Alliance of Socialists and Democrats from the European Parliament faction of political group. The second announced speaker will be Gaspar de Moor, National Renovation Strategies Division from the DG Energy of European Commission. The third speaker who will be joining us online will be André Viola, who already warned us that he will be a little bit late, as he will be able to tune in 3 o'clock. So we will check on his arrival online and announce him and give him floor as he arrives. After possibly some minutes to recover and to tune in into discussion. Then also we have Peter Svetman from Climate Strategy, who will be also joining us online with a presentation. And I will specifically give you additional details on the last speaker of our panel, Alejandro Inureta, who represents Inureta Consultoria Integral, and he's from Spain. And actually, he was designated as a speaker in the second panel, but unfortunately, due to technical difficulties, he was not able to participate in the second panel, and he will provide some of the perspectives which he had for the second panel in this third panel. But I think the topics are still very closely related and relevant to each other. So from this point of view, I do think that Alejandro will be definitely able also to tune into this also specific area which we will be discussing in the third panel. And as you noticed, the number of the speakers for this panel is larger than for previous panels. For this reason, I will specifically and persistently ask you to be economical with your presentations and try to make it in 10 minutes for each of you, and so that we have additional time for discussions and questions from the audience and remarks and our own reflections on what we said to each other and what we told to audience. So just really once more a reminder, please be really precise with your presentation and try to make it in approximately 10 minutes, and please leave also floor and necessary time so that it is sufficient for everybody of us to speak. I will also try to cut my interventions shorter so that I save more time for you. Yes, and I will. The first floor goes to Edmunds. Please, Edmunds. Lūdzu, Edmund.
Paldies.
Thank you. I should start by saying a big thank you to all of our colleagues who put this wonderful event together. I would like to also thank everyone who has come to Latvia from near and far, and I'm absolutely delighted that post-Nice we have succeeded to bring you together. It took quite a lot of effort and there are a bit more grey hair. Among many organisers, however, listening to the first panel discussion and second panel discussion, I concluded that we have a lot of useful takeaways. I come from Latvia, from Ministry of Economy, so housing policy has been our responsibility ever since regaining of independence. We've been working hard to rebuild this sector, and believe it or not, we started replacing housing insulation or heat insulation during the previous economic and financial crisis. You couldn't imagine a worse time for that. However, gradually we sort of launched this initiative and the results are quite good and promising. As regards to affordable housing, it also took us a lot of time to properly launch this initiative and convince our politicians that it is a real challenge that we need to tackle. And it took us 5 years of convincing to finally arrive at a point where we started discussing best ways to implement affordable housing policy. And we have been indeed following best practices from other countries. We've traveled to Nordic countries, Denmark, Sweden, we've been to Austria a number of times, we've been to Hungary on exchange visits, and Hungary, for example, is excellent in supporting families with several children. We've also been to the Netherlands, we've also acquired or transferred their experience when it comes to housing policy. So this mix of various experiences and best practices what you can see now in Latvia being implemented in Latvia. So I will talk about energy efficiency. I'm supposed to talk about energy efficiency, and I should most probably also click my presentation as far as I understand. I should say right away I should rather start by explaining what we understand with the housing policy and what is the role of the government. The 3 main pillars are as follows, but before that I mention those, we want to make sure that each family in our country, each person in our country has access to housing. It is affordable housing, good, convenient, modern housing, also energy efficient housing. Also, as regards to European Green Deal and the building renovation, we are also part of that, and we will try to achieve that by 2050, which is a much more reasonable time frame. We would like to achieve by 2050 that all of the existing and new buildings match the highest energy efficiency standards. And third, or last but not least, it may again seem silly to you, or very simplistic, we want to make sure that we have an efficient housing market, which was quite a challenge. Our rent law was adopted briefly after the restoration or renewal of independence. It mostly protected tenants, and it wasn't really a good law, to be frank, because if you try to favor one side, the other side just says, you know, I'm not part of this game, and owners and property managers were quite reluctant to rent out their properties, and it was basically a shadow sector, but we have managed to improve things, and it's a good indicator. If you don't get complaints in the ministry, then it means that as a ministry you're doing something right, and this law has been enforced for a year now, for 12 months. There are very few complaints, and I'm happy that the new rent law is much better, much more efficient. But going back to energy efficiency, let me just quickly walk you through what we have in terms of housing stock. About half of the housing stock is pre-war. The other 50%, or most of the other 50%, is post-war Soviet time buildings, including residential and industrial buildings. From a statistical point of view, private houses, of course, dominate. We have around 310,000 private homes in our country. As regards to residential houses, there are roughly 40,000 units or 40,000 residential houses in Latvia. In terms of squareage, you have a situation with absolutely 180 degrees difference. So residential areas dominate over private areas. And those industrial buildings, by the way, they have also been constructed before 1980 mostly, which means that they need investments in maintenance, which includes not only energy efficiency improvements but also replacement of the wiring and sewage pipes and water supply pipes. So there are huge challenges ahead of us, so that's why we focus on integrated renovation plans for buildings. These are some of the key figures. I suppose this will be circulated to you later. Various types of buildings. As you can see, the existing buildings have quite a lot of room of improvement in terms of energy efficiency. The current audits versus what can be potentially achieved show a huge gap, which means that there is indeed a huge potential in terms of improving energy efficiency, and multi-story residential building program has already shown that energy savings range between 40 to 60% in case of our buildings here in Latvia. So the potential, untapped potential, is enormous. The main challenge, again, as regards to energy efficiency and achieving energy efficiency targets or goals, is that usually you have a 1 year or 7 year planning cycle when it comes to funding. So we have to also take into account that there are other needs, and no matter how many hundreds of millions of euros we would be able to attract for this specific purpose, the overall amount of investments that we need are much bigger, and the scope of the problem is quite often beyond the comprehension of politicians, because what we have here is just an indicative figure. In a small country like Latvia, by 2050 we would need to invest at least 20 billion euros, which is a mind-boggling sum, even before all the price hikes are factored in, and you know that the construction costs are rising quite rapidly, and that means that these 19 billion will most probably end up being a bigger figure. Nevertheless, here are some of the, again, challenges that we are facing right now. Scarcity of funding is one of such challenges, which is specifically important for regions. In Riga, probably the property values are high enough, and this is quite a lucrative business. I mean, mortgage lending is quite a lucrative business in Riga for banks, but if you go outside Riga to smaller regional towns and villages, not development centers, there the lending or the mortgage loans are virtually unavailable. But there are good things as well in all of this. Banks are also learning how energy efficiency will impact or influence them. When we started with energy efficiency in 2009, 2010, all the banks were saying these are very risky investments, very risky loans, that's why interest rates are high, and these are can end up as bad loans eventually, and this is what we heard in 2009, 2010, which was also, by the way, the same thing that the banks told everywhere around the world. But in fact, mortgage loans are probably the safest product in their portfolio, lending portfolio. And it doesn't matter whether you're rich or not, whether you're retired or not, you somewhat tend to pay back those loans as scheduled, and this is something that banks have learned, and they trust in mortgage lending much more here in Latvia. When we developed energy efficiency policy and when we defined cost efficiency, when we conducted feasibility studies and pre-feasibility studies and the temperatures and the climate here, we also looked into the purchasing power of our people. It is not too impressive, I would say, but nevertheless, when we defined our national energy efficiency targets, in order to avoid a situation where investments that we are making, they are not recovered in 20 years, to avoid this situation, because, you know, if the period or if the rate of return on these investments is too low, then most probably these programs will stall, because you have to pay your bills, you have to also cover your health costs, and you will not you will not sacrifice those to pay back your mortgage loan. So we have to be very careful in terms of what criteria we apply to these mortgage loans. They need to be financially sound, if you will. As I already mentioned, a lot of our households are living in multi-storey residential buildings, and one of the challenges in this regard, of course, was decision making. You know, the tenant associations is something that we have been struggling with. We have learned a great deal, and you know, a lot of progress has been achieved in this area, but still, you know, one of the main achievements here in Latvia is that we have a very, very modern construction information system. You know, construction process is fully digitized. I mean, you submit a design digitally, all the approvals and permits are issued digitally, and basically you can find everything about a particular building in a digital format. And we recently delivered also what we call the voting tool. For example, if tenant lives abroad and tenant association needs to adopt a decision, they can, you know, send in or cast their vote digitally or remotely. So this is one of the innovations that we've introduced. And also, colleagues in the first panel mentioned training and education and raising awareness. This is something that we have been constantly doing, and I will probably elaborate on that later, because it seems that I'm running out of my 10 minutes. Nevertheless, as regards to businesses and industrial buildings, the main challenge is that quite often businesses choose to invest in their equipment primarily, and I fully understand why, because, you know, equipment gives you added value, and there is a quicker return on those investments. If you don't have a lot of money, if you don't have any free money, or if, for example, you're still suffering from COVID, from the supply chain disruptions because of Ukraine, Belarus and Russia, then you most probably don't have free money for renovating your industrial building. You have to postpone that, despite there being support programs provided by the government. But we also see businesses being very diligent. They follow all the costs and all the developments and what is happening, and we'll soon have a competition where businesses will be able to apply for energy efficiency and heat installation and replacement for the industrial buildings and to save energy. And last but not least, the government is also investing in municipal public buildings. Challenge here is, the demand for the energy efficiency funding is huge. But everyone wants to also finish the renovation of the building at once, and they're not happy with only energy efficiency project, and that's one of the challenges that unfortunately we are facing, because they want to refurbish the building fully. And I also wanted to quickly mention also this. What we started with sort of soft initiatives, or somewhat. We tried to improve the legal framework. We've worked hard with associations and business organizations to educate the businesses and households and consumers what energy efficiency means and how to save energy and what are the best practices, why it's worth doing that. And over the past 10 years, our campaign, which is called Living Warmer, has achieved quite good results, and each year we have this competition where we try to award the best projects in terms of energy efficiency and heating insulation, both public, commercial and private buildings. And we have very good cooperation with the representation of the European Commission in Latvia and Riga, and together with them we award the best performers, if you will, when it comes to energy efficiency, in order to spread best practices and promote best practices. We also hold a stake in Latvenergo, the main TSO in Latvia, and they have their own information center which delivers various energy efficiency education programs. Then there are also some tax initiatives, national tax initiatives, for example, real estate tax rebate that can be awarded by the municipality. For example, a municipal building or an enterprise replaces the heat insulation, they can get this rebate. Also, there's support for developing various project applications, which again is a very good incentive to submit your application for funding. And then we also have these home fairs, an online platform where you can access all the information about energy efficiency and so on and so forth, about the building. And in this programming period we are going to support various public buildings, the renovation of public buildings, municipal buildings, that's the sort of the public sector. We will also continue with the heat insulation replacement of the multi-story residential buildings. And we will also support the energy efficiency improvements for private homes. New program, and also renovation fund will provide funding for the refurbishment, renovation and modernization, retrofitting of your building. And I would like to conclude by sharing our experience of 2 programming periods in which we have implemented energy efficiency programs. And initially, the government was very serious about checking all the papers to avoid risks of non-delivery and so on and so forth. We have decided to be much more result-oriented instead of focusing on paperwork. And we will rather focus on the energy efficiency gains instead of focusing on applications, information and criteria. So that's how we will go forward, and that's all for me, I guess.
Yes, thank you, Edmund. And the next speaker whom I will invite to address our conference today is Marcos Rossampere, who is representative of the political group of Progressive Alliance of Socialists and Democrats in the European Parliament. Marcos, the floor is yours. You are welcome to come up with your...
Hello to everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to this conference that I found quite important in order to better communicate and integrate all the parts in the process of building renovation in all levels. It is a real pleasure for me to have this opportunity to discuss with you about how to achieve the transition to an European Union sustainable buildings stock. We are all well aware that buildings are high on the European Union agenda, with several key initiatives on the built environment, as well as the launch of national recovery and resilience plans, and that we need to pay much attention to the social pillar and even more to the most vulnerable groups linked to the energy poverty. I will try to, into my intervention, I will try to give response to the topics that you launched before the panel, and try to make a resume of all of them. Through the recast of the EPBD and the EED, the European Commission pushed for ambitious targets to get the Green Deal objectives, but it is really in the European Parliament where we are trying to push for even more ambitious and affordable targets with realistic renovation objectives, and so I am working on it as a shadow rapporteur in ENVI committee opinion for the EPBD revision. Some of my principal main points to get a faster and better building renovation are deep and holistic renovation, which take into account all buildings components during all his life cycle. We need to prioritize deep and holistic renovation before the other kinds of renovation. Second one, make the renovations taking into account all building components, make the new European Bauhaus as a preliminary phase of the building renovation way, taking the results from new European Bauhaus investigations and research and putting them in the service of the renovation way. And we are also trying to add a definition of vulnerable areas, neighborhoods associated to the energy poverty. We could accelerate it if we arrive to this definition. We could accelerate the process of renovation and to better allocate economic incentives more quickly and efficiently. We need a general map of where are the neighborhoods in all across the European Union where we need more investment, more funding to solve not only the energy performance of the building, but also the problems that people have in these buildings about energy poverty. I would like to take the opportunity to talk about the Spanish actions on this issue as an example that it is true that the things that are the long-term renovation strategies of the national recovery and resilience plans are working. In Spain, for example, in the context of the Next Generation funds for buildings rehabilitation, a program for the public building renovation endowed with more than 1,080 million euros is aimed to regional and local authorities, taking into account that a large part of the public building stock was built before 1979 and presents energy deficiencies because the regulations of energy started in Spain in 1979. This plan is aimed at actions, project and work for the sustainable refurbishment of publicly owned buildings for public use, administrative, educational, care, sports, health, cultural, or public service that involve a saving of at least 30% of their renewable primary energy consumption and whose reception of the work can be guaranteed before March 2026. In the case of our regions, our autonomous communities that we call, funds will be transferred directly depending on the projects and always guaranteeing territorial balance. For local entities, for example, municipalities, islands, and province, there will be calls for aid organized on a competitive basis. But from a democratic point of view, we have to ask ourselves if it is ethical to invest large amounts of public money just to improve the energy efficiency of buildings and cities without also improving the lives of the citizens who live in them. So is the reason that I think that we need a paradigm shift with the same investment, or perhaps with a little bit more. We can use these funds to improve our quality of life by transforming homes, not only improving our bill at the end of the month, electricity bill at the end of the month, but we can transform our homes, our neighborhoods and cities to suit our needs, because our ways of life, they have changed a lot since the 60s and 70s and 80s from the past century, but our buildings, they haven't changed anymore. So is the reason that the new European Bauhaus is this paradigm shift. The new European Bauhaus is an initiative that invites us to think about how we inhabit our built spaces that comes at the key moment for the European Union. We are in the legislature of the Green Pact with the recovery funds and the wave of renovation, the renovation wave. Most of the houses and neighborhoods where European citizens live were built in the 50s and 60s when lifestyles were different. And now we have fewer children, families have changed, teleworking has arrived, the pandemic has clearly shown us the importance of our houses, our homes. The new European Bauhaus comes to adapt our homes, our neighborhoods, and our cities to this change through energy efficiency, but not only energy efficiency, also beauty, understood beauty as comfort, adaptability of spaces to their uses, accessibility, and finally also inclusion, allocating funds to the people who need them most. Efficiency, beauty, and inclusion. These are the three pillars of the new European Bauhaus. And also we will be addressing open public spaces. High quality, open and safe public spaces function as vibrant urban places, but they also consume energy, and we need good urban planning and design to reinforce energy efficiency in public spaces. It is time with the European Bauhaus to transform our cities, to use this public money to improve not only the energy efficiency, but also the lives of citizens, and thereby strengthen our democracy. In my work of EPBD, Shadow Rapporteur opinion, we are trying to reduce also bureaucratic burden to accelerate the acquisitions of funding. We are with the idea of mapping and better distributing the loans and funds that I have mentioned before. To delimitate the steps for the renovation, we propose maximum 3 in order to avoid an endless renovation process and to increase private and public funding. On the other hand, one of the goals that we would like to get in the EPBD recast is that member states shall establish partnerships with the relevant industries, social partners, and civil society when implementing the national building renovation plans, and most in particular on the function of the one-stop shops for renovation, as I mentioned, in the workforce training, upskilling, reskilling, and education, and in the knowledge about the local and regional stock of renovation materials and how better to use them. Out of the proper scope of the EPBD and the European Bauhaus, but very related to them, there are some other instruments to get the society involved and get more economical incentives. Cohesion policy funds, Horizon Europe, European Investment Bank. We have a lot of mechanisms, the new Renovation Wave initiative launched by the European Commission. There are a lot of proofs that, a lot of signs that prove that investment in the sector of construction and energy efficient construction leads not only to an improvement in the building stock, but also the positive impact of high skilled job creation related to the sector. Also, the inclusion of the building sectors in the new ETS2 and his connection with the future Climate Social Fund, I think is a good idea. In conclusion, just in the 10 minutes that I had, I would like to take this opportunity to stress that the best way to boost investment in energy efficiencies and sustainability is through education and the creation of aware societies. In relation to primary education, secondary education, university education, where there are several initiatives coming from the European Commission that try to skill and reskill workers, but not only that, skill and reskill citizens to be engaged and committed with energy performance and energy saving in their daily lives. So thank you for your time. We are working to have the best EPBD revision on the European Parliament. We are trying to incorporate a lot of ideas coming from all the sectors, and we think that finally we will have a good instrument to implement in the next years through the European Union. Thank you very much, and I am at your disposition.
Thank you very much, Marcos, and I'm really happy to hear that also issues of housing are prominently present in political agenda of political parties, and also raised as a question for voters, and their awareness is raised on these issues with such channels, political parties, and active political practice. But I would want to pass the floor next to Gaspar, who is representing national renovation strategies in DG Energy of the European Commission. Gaspar, you are welcome. The floor is yours.
Thanks a lot. It's a real honor to be able to speak to you today after the honorable member of the Parliament and the State Secretary. And I must say, I completely confirm the message that both of the previous speakers were underlining. There is a very positive momentum at political level for buildings. We have the recovery plans bringing unprecedented level of funding at EU level. I will come back to that, but we are speaking about around 70 to 50 billion euros dedicated to energy efficiency. This is really important, and we also have the discussion together with the Council and the Parliament on a number of key legislation, of course, the Energy Performance of Building Directive, but also the Energy Efficiency Directive. On top of that, the geopolitical context with the war in Ukraine, went to the Repower EU communication with an additional push for energy efficiency, notably with the EU Safe Plan. So all these elements are coming together. And I must say that from the Commission point of view, we really have a two-track approach on all of these strand of activities. First of all, we want to make sure that energy efficiency in buildings is contributing to the fight against climate change. So that's the first line of action. But at the same time, the social dimension and the issue of vulnerable consumers' energy prices are equally important in that equation. And so working very hard with the European Parliament and the Council to twist the proposals that are on the table and the different programs to make sure that these equally important dimensions are coming together. I will try now to present you the kind of overall framework in which we try to push these two dimensions, and then we'll go a bit more into the details if you have questions. So next slide, please. Just to present a bit the order of magnitude of the challenge and the opportunities that we have in front of you. The State Secretary was mentioning and describing the situation in your country. We have very similar situation at EU level. A very large part of the existing residential sector buildings date back before 2000. 85% more or less of our buildings are built before this date. And on this, we have more or less 75% that have poor energy performance, and more than 85% of these buildings that will still be in place in 2050. So, of course, the building of new dwellings is a challenge, but the biggest challenge in terms of energy efficiency is really in the renovation of existing buildings. Next slide, please. So that's the reason why we have put on the table of the Parliament and the Council a revised energy performance of building directive. And the idea is really to reduce by 2030 buildings' greenhouse gas emission by 60% and their final energy consumption by 14%. We are a bit more ambitious on energy consumption for heating and cooling, with a reduction by 18%. But again, as you know, the member of the European Parliament was mentioning, this is being discussed for the moment with the Council and the Parliament. We very much welcome the ambitious approach from the European Parliament, and are you know, helping as much as possible in this negotiation. You also know that before the revision of the EPPD directive, we put forward the renovation wave, a very important part of it being the European Bauhaus initiative that the previous speaker mentioned as a key element. And we have, you know, a very ambitious goal with that, to double the renovation rate at EU level by 2030, but to do that in an inclusive and intelligent way. We don't want, you know, the renovation to become, you know, a problem for the cultural heritage in Europe, for the beauty of our cities. So there is, as mentioned previously, a very important aesthetic, artistic, architectural dimension to the renovation wave, and a very strong social dimension to it. I know that previous speakers, notably from CINEA, mentioned very precisely the affordable housing initiative that we have developed, but we are also working, you know, with more largely with architect schools, primary education ministry in the member states, but also universities, to really develop a movement for experts to have an encompassing view of the renovation of buildings. This is about energy efficiency in the geopolitical context, so increased energy security, but this is also about aesthetics, about you know, health, the way we are living in our buildings. So we really push hard for this encompassing and deep renovation concept. Next slide, please. I will not insist too much, you know, on the exact content of the EPPD revision, but I would say that we have four main areas of development. In the field of renovation, we are pushing for national building renovation plans. In a word, you know, my team in DG Energy is working on the long-term renovation strategies that member states have to submit to the Commission in the context of the existing EPPD legislation. And these are extremely important documents because these are the long-term vision and planning for the member states, where they put together all the different elements. Now, we receive many of these long-term renovation strategies, all of them now, actually. When comparing these documents one to the other, we discover that, I mean, individually they are very rich, a lot of good practices, but they are difficult to put together. They usually have different metrics, numbers, and therefore it is difficult to extract from these long-term innovation strategies a vision for the decarbonization of the building stock at EU level for 2030, 40, and 50. So what we want to do is to make sure that the national renovation strategies will be more comparable and also include more forcefully the greenhouse gas reduction dimension. So not just the energy efficiency gains in terms of energy per square meter, but also the greenhouse gas dimension. And we also want to increase the dimension of energy poverty and social inclusion into the description of the strategy of the member states. So this is what the national building renovation plans are about. We have created a common template for member states to be able to easily fill, this document. But we will, of course, be at the disposal of the member states to really help them develop this and put this long-term vision also in line with the recovery plans, but also with the operational programs from the regional funds. The idea is really to streamline energy efficiency in buildings in the different tools that the Commission is using at regional level or at central level, so that it's coherent and that we provide to the member states and also to the local authorities and companies a kind of security of investment for the long term. We also work, on energy performance certificates and passports to make sure that, as discussed previously, we have a kind of organized approach to deep renovation with a number of steps that allow for investments not to be, destroyed because of embedded or not well-planned investments. So this is more or less about renovation. We are also working on decarbonization, so greenhouse gas emission with a zero emission building definition, and also the consideration to introduce a kind of life cycle assessment of the carbon dimension of building construction and renovation. A third focus area is modernization and system integration. This is about smart metering, about energy communities, the possibility to team up for using renewables in renovated buildings, and to use the digital tools as accelerator for energy efficiency in buildings. And finally, financing, a key element of our discussion today. My team is also responsible, on top of long-term innovation strategies, to streamline energy efficiency in the recovery plans of member states, but also in the new repower plans. And I can say that member states have really taken this opportunity very seriously. The honorable member of the parliament was speaking about the Spanish example, which is an excellent example indeed, with a very strong community and social dimension. But we have seen almost all member states going into the details of energy efficiency in buildings, because they see that as a business or employment opportunity. These are local jobs, many SMEs, but also innovation in processes. So some member states have focused on multi-apartment dwellings, notably in the case of Latvia, looking at split incentives, at how tenants and people that are renting are working together to integrate the benefits of energy efficiency works. Some member states are really focusing on social housing, some others on decarbonization of heating and cooling, district heating, these type of elements. But all in all, we've seen a very important part of the recovery plans going to energy efficiency. Next slide, please. I will go very quickly on this slide just to say that on existing buildings, we are also discussing a very innovative element, which will be a key element of the discussion between the Council and the European Parliament. But this is about minimum energy performance standards. You know that we try to introduce minimum performance standards for non-residential buildings, so at least EPC class F by 2027, and for residential buildings, EPC class F by 2030. You know that energy performance standards exist already. You need to have them when selling or buying a property, but they do not have a mandatory effect for the moment on the housing market. And of course, this is a key discussion from an efficiency point of view, but also from a social point of view. So we need to strike the right balance to make sure that we progress in that direction while making sure that vulnerable consumers that are facing raising energy prices are not prevented from accessing property or rating their property. So a very key discussion from that point of view. Next slide, please. I was speaking about the recovery plans and the financing dimension. Very quickly, don't want to lose you with too many data and numbers, but just to say that we are progressing well on the recovery plan side. We have now 25 approved recovery plans, lately Bulgaria, Sweden and Poland. What you can see from the data is that energy efficiency in buildings is one of the main elements or area for investment by member states, together with digital and green transport. So we are working with the member states to make sure that the implementation phase now, following this pledge of investment, is done properly, working very closely, notably with the Committee of the Region, to make sure that at local level, at municipal level, together with the member states, we reach out to the real work on the ground. And I must say that for the moment we really see excellent results. And as I was saying previously, we try to couple this negotiation on the recovery plans together with the regional funds to make sure that you don't have double investments on the same program, but at the same time that you are providing, after the kind of peak of the recovery plans, sustainable finance for a long-term renovation wave. So the same thematic issue we try to have both in the recovery plans, in the operational programs of the regional funds, but also in the context of the Repower EU new discussion to increase energy security in the EU. Next slide, please. I'll finish with that point, of course, because it's a new element in the discussion about energy efficiency, notably in buildings. We are all aware of the very tense geopolitical situation. And on 8th March 2022, the Commission published its communication, the Repower EU Joint European Action for affordable, secure and sustainable energy. So the words have been chosen very precisely. The affordable dimension is essential in that equation. So you know that one of the key goal of that political communication is to make Europe independent from Russian fossil fuels, but also to diversify our gas supplies. And in the context of this energy security independence, energy efficiency in buildings is really playing a key role. We are teaming up with member states, but also with the International Energy Agency to couple short-term measures, but also long-term measures in the context of the EPBD revision to boost energy efficiency in buildings, notably by short-term measures to reduce heating or cooling temperature in the short run. We are coming up with a number of measures that are easy to establish in the short term, notably for next winter, to make sure that we have this energy security. But this is not in conflict with the mid-term and long-term vision on deep renovation. At least we make sure at our level that this is deeply coupled. and that our buildings in Europe are a key untapped potential for increasing our energy security in the medium to the long term. I'll stop there, and I'm at your disposal for any question that you may have. But again, full alignment with the previous speakers on the role of energy efficiency in buildings, both for employment, for climate, for job creation, and in terms of the importance in the political agenda at EU level. Thanks a lot for your attention, and back to you.
Thank you very much, Gaspar, for your presentation and remarks, and I will give the floor next to André Viola, whom I already announced and mentioned that he will be slightly later to join us because of some technical issues. But André, you have successfully joined us in, and according to the schedule, you are welcomed to take part as the next speaker. And since you were not present at the very beginning, it is my persistent but gentle reminder that please keep your presentations within 10 minutes, because of course, these extra minutes unfortunately gather up and accumulate, and we are, let's say, already lost some minutes for discussions, but hopefully we will still be able to make it. André, the floor is yours.
Merci, merci à vous. J'espère vous m'entendez.
Can you hear me? Well, we can hear you. Yes, thank you. Indeed, it is a pity that I couldn't join you for the beginning of the panel discussion. Unfortunately, because of the time difference, I got mixed up and I missed a large bulk of your panel discussion, apart from the last speaker whom I followed for the past couple of minutes. I would like to spend a couple of minutes explaining what regional committee, which I work for, does. I would like to comment more about energy efficiency, regional energy efficiency, and the EPRD, and would like to underline that the opinion that was issued for our region as regards to the opinion that I submitted, it is quite an ambitious document. Its goals are aligned with all the environmental packages that have been mentioned by previous speakers about it is aligned with the European Union environmental packages. So local governments are asking to increase these ambitions. As we mentioned last week, we have lost a lot of time in the past 3 decades, and renovation and energy efficiency was a goal that we identified 30 years ago now, when the climate change is affecting us more directly, and Russia has invaded Ukraine, and it has brought upon us a lot of consequences. So access to energy resources and energy prices are the main concern, which has pushed us towards energy efficiency. So local governments across Europe unanimously called for stepping up of energy efficiency efforts and housing renovation efforts, and we have even asked to set more ambitious targets in this regard, because it is important for the environment, it is important for the economy because we get new jobs. It is also good for everyone, so no one will be left behind in this process. And this is very important for those consumers who are on the verge of energy poverty. So European housing stock by 2050 needs to be climate neutral, or almost climate neutral. So 2050 could seem far away, but there are various interim targets that we also need to reach. We also know that if a residential building is being renovated, it happens once every 20-25 years. Non-residential buildings are renovated every 15 years. So major renovations take place within these cycles. So if you renovate your residential building once every 20-25 years, so it means that the renovation that will be implemented in 2030 will not require any other work around 2050. By that I just wanted to say that by the end of this decade we need to come up with a common vision for what we want to achieve. As regards to being carbon neutral, not only talking about the energy consumed by the building throughout its life cycle, I'm talking about the whole building life cycle, including the construction and renovation, and also the construction materials that are used in the process. So circular economy is very important, renewable economy, sourcing local resources or locally sourced energy is very important. And I don't want to take too much of your time, but these ambitious goals are very pertinent, and we would really not like to leave anyone behind. And countries, for example, are interested in helping those who are on the verge of energy poverty, and that's why we've asked European Union and member states to allocate adequate funding for renovation. It should be perceived as an investment. It's not just a cost or money that is lost. That's an investment in our future, in environment, in our society, as I mentioned in the beginning. Local governments, municipalities, and this is what I would like to conclude with, plays very important role in the process, because they are responsible for training businessmen, training producers who will potentially implement renovation projects. Need information. In some countries, municipalities are responsible for training. For example, in France, there's the responsibility of regional governments. in many countries we also see a lot of challenges in terms of letting the population know what this one-stop shop does. There's municipal one-stop shops, what their tasks and responsibilities are. With regard to letting people in remote areas know about funding sources and availability of funding for renovation. So local municipalities, local communities will play a huge role in this process because they are the interface between local community and local politicians, and we can individually renovate our homes one by one. We can also renovate, refurbish our offices, our companies, but a collective effort is also needed. A cooperation is required, for example, renovating a block of buildings or a village, for example. Near my village there is another village where 100 people population. If they want to, for example, renovate their buildings, they should go to the mayor and just tell the mayor, or somebody would go to the mayor, and mayor says, why shouldn't I do this for the whole village, and then 15 homeowners can come together and renovate their homes and submit single project application. This would drive the costs down, and this would increase the market for the companies, construction companies, because instead of one building, instead of one house, you had more than 10 or 10 plus homes. This is what I wanted to underline. We indeed have very ambitious goals when it comes to energy efficiency, and local level will play an important role, local government will play an important role in eliminating energy imbalances that have been further deepened by Russian invasion of Ukraine. In 5-10 years from now, we would have to deal with this anyway. And now is the right time to actually address these challenges. I hope I haven't exceeded time allotted to me, and I hope I didn't repeat things that you'd already discussed.
Thank you very much, Andre. You really made a very, let's say, well condensed speech, and it was really a pleasure to hear it. I will give floor to our next speaker, so we save a little bit of time, so we can have questions from the audience in the very end. But the next speaker is Peter. Peter actually signaled that he was experiencing some technical difficulties with his presentation, but now it seems to be working. So Peter, I hope everything is fine with the technical side, and you are welcome to come up with your speech.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Hopefully I can be heard and seen. I wanted to start by saying thank you to the European Economic and Social Committee, the State Secretary, Honourable Member of the European Parliament, colleagues from DG ENA, to you, ladies and gentlemen, for asking me to present here in Riga at the Affordable and Sustainable, or on Affordable and Sustainable European Housing. Given the panel is describing the situation with respect to investment and finance, I will, in these 10 minutes, aim to talk to you about two new things which I personally think will significantly accelerate that area. But before I do, I just wanted to begin with adding to the sort of environment in which we sit, which is not only an energy shock, which is aggravated by the war in the Ukraine. We have record June temperatures across Europe in terms of heat. Spain, which is where I'm currently sitting in Madrid, is suffering its driest year for 1,200 years. And as if that wasn't enough, I read this week that even in Germany, a quarter of Germans now spend over 10% of their income in energy. So against that backdrop, I think it's critical for us to find a way to resolve these issues. So just to begin, I think you've seen from, so I've spent 30 years working in finance, climate, and energy efficiency. I'm currently the rapporteur for a 50-person Commission and UN co-convened group called the Energy Efficiency Financial Institutions Group, which has been working for 10 years to look at to work with the finance sector to address energy efficiency investments in Europe, providing advice and recommendations. The company I run, Climate Strategy, has also structured over 50 million euros of investments into Spanish cities to save energy. And I've been following and working on the Energy Efficiency Directive and the Energy Performance in Buildings Directive since 2010. And curiously, just because Spain was mentioned a few times, that's where my firm is, I'm the co-author of the technical materials that supported Spain's original long-term buildings renovation strategy back in 2014. So, against that, I wanted to draw guests and everybody's attention to the value of the buildings in Europe. So buildings are where we store around a half of all of our wealth globally. That just means that savings are often manifest, or half of savings are manifest in buildings. The European residential buildings are worth around 17 trillion euros. And around 7 trillion of that value is borrowed through mortgages, meaning, as you understand, families will ask banks for relatively long-term, low interest rate on the whole mortgages to be able to afford to buy those assets. Nevertheless, that leaves 10 trillion euros worth of property value, which has no debt. So that's essentially in the hands of our European citizens. So the 10 trillion number is important to keep in mind, because we need nearly a trillion, or 10% of that, to be invested back in those same buildings in order to deliver the renovation which all of us are so keen to ensure. So if I go forwards, hold on, there we go. The other, of course, reason which is geopolitically important now is that, as we've seen from the Repower EU communication and action plans, we need to reduce our dependence on fossil gas, and particularly in residential and non-residential buildings, where over a third of the energy that's currently used actually comes from gas. So people have mentioned, I use the title, the jobs machine, which is what Fatih Birol, who's the director of the International Energy Agency, uses to describe energy efficiency. So for every 1 million euros that we invest into upgrading the energy efficiency of our EU building stock, we will create 19 direct jobs in the construction sector. So this slide just shows the picture I showed you before, which reminds us that we do have the money, as it were. The buildings that we all live, work, and serve us are valuable, and there's certainly more value already there than we need to renovate them. In fact, as I said before, we need to take roughly 10% of the net value and tip it and invest it back in the renovation wave. So I'm going to just introduce two very simple concepts. The first is called a mortgage portfolio standard. The mortgage portfolio standard has been designed using sort of best practices of regulation from across the world, both in renewables and in the transport sector, to encourage and to ensure that mortgage lenders, so banks and other mortgage lenders, come into the deep renovation camp where they are not currently. So in other words, this is a mechanism where we encourage those financial institutions to work with their clients to increase the energy performance of the buildings that their mortgages back along a scientific portfolio. This text here comes from definition 36, page 41 of the Commission's Energy Performance in Buildings recast. I was delighted to see that they have defined mortgage portfolio standards inside the recast definition. And I'm going to explain to you now quickly what they are. So the current building stock, residential building stock in Europe, has an energy performance depicted by the picture on the left of this chart. You can just see a lot of red, orange, and yellow. That means that basically we have, depending on the country, large amounts of very highly inefficient buildings that can be converted into efficient ones and need to be converted into efficient ones if we are to meet our energy and climate goals by 2030 and subsequently to become net zero by 2050. A mortgage portfolio standard just requires mortgage lenders to take a look at their own portfolios to see what the energy performance is of them, to plot them, and then to set a trajectory to move those buildings from where they currently sit, or the median or average from where they currently sit, to something which is in line with the net zero economy in 2050, down a transition pathway which is aligned with science and the national energy and climate plans of the countries in which they operate. This is very similar to the kinds of fleet emission standards which are already present to help bring our road transport stock and encourage the uptake of EVs. There you'll see also, like in energy efficiency, as the fleet becomes more efficient and we turn more to other sources, we will be saving money. And this is also built off the successful track record of the US renewable portfolio standards that have been responsible for the build of half all the renewable energy that has been created in the US. I've been looking at what the EESC has to say about the EPBD, and I've noted with interest the comments with respect of life cycle carbon and the need to make sure that that finance is a reality to people. And that brings me, in fact, to the second point that I wanted to raise. So I happen to think that mortgage portfolio standards will support minimum energy performance standards, another feature of the EPBD. And this is just a picture of all the different organizations who've supported mortgage portfolio standards in the current discussions. The Kieran Cuffer's report from the ITRE committee also develops the understanding of mortgage portfolio standards to include more life cycle greenhouse gas emissions and social factors, which I think is very interesting, and calls for a delegated act in Amendment 178, Article 15, Paragraph 4A, for us to develop mortgage portfolio standards, something which I think is also a very good idea. Now, the second idea in the last 2 minutes that I have to talk to you before I get to 10 is the EU renovation loan. So I think very importantly, the reason why this is something to pay extreme attention to is because I noticed from prior speakers, we're using the term affordable when we describe the EU housing, and that's right. But affordable, to me, means two things. It either means lower the price of things so that people can afford it, so lower prices of buildings, lower energy costs, lower, in general, using public subsidy often. The other way to make things affordable is to make the finance more affordable, meaning that if you are offered a way of achieving energy savings whereby your net outflows or inflows monthly is zero or positive to you, that is affordable, because the way that it impacts your life is positively. You live in a lower energy consuming building, it's more comfortable, its auditory characteristics are better, and your net cash flow year on year, month on month is still positive. So that's in essence what the EU renovation loan is designed to achieve. It is designed specifically for two types of underserved homeowners. So remember, homeowners are not necessarily the poorest members of society, but there may be those that are locked out of attractive financing opportunities to unlock that equity they have stored in their properties. So specifically, the two types that we've been looking at are the retired who live on a fixed income, which is going down compared to inflation, and the working poor, which are homeowners aspiring to be able to pay back the mortgage that they have taken, who have high levels of debt and can't get more debt. And this is essentially the picture you see here. These are the two types of people who current banks and current banking processes cannot reach with attractive renovation finance possibilities. I also note that to some degree, I see this as being evident in the opinion which was put forward by the EESC on the Repower EU question. So the design of the EU renovation loan has a zero coupon. So that's a critical design element. Zero coupon just means that instead of paying interest on a monthly basis or on an annual basis, the interest rolls up, it compounds to the end. So you borrow, in this instance, 20,000 for your renovation today, and then in 30 years' time, if the interest rate were set at 1%, which at the time that I produced this presentation was where the EU could borrow in the capital markets, in 30 years, you'd pay back 27,000. So all the interest rolled up to the end. Why? Because at the end, you would expect the property to be worth more, and you to have the value of the property upon sale, upon transfer, or upon refinancing. So the interest rate would be set at the EU rate. That's why it's an EU-level instrument, because the EU, unlike its national member state partners, specifically in these capital markets conditions, can borrow at very attractive rates, which would be then, without being subsidized, transferred to EU citizens for the purposes of renovation. It produces a cash-saving environment in which it increases affordability of the deep renovations which we know those buildings need, and it can also support banks who have undertaken mortgage portfolio standards to add this for their customers who haven't got the capacity to take on additional financing to bring their own properties into a highly energy efficient state. I think there is a few further details in this presentation on the specifics, the technical specifics, but probably as I've run out of time, I should probably close there, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter, for a very comprehensive and focused presentation. I really hope that we will be able to get acquainted with this presentation even after the conference, possibly, if you will be kindly agree, if you would agree. But our last speaker for the panel is Alejandro, who actually wanted to participate in the second panel, but Alejandro, I think, will find most of the discussions we are having now very relevant, actually, about his specific field of competence as well. Alejandro, you are very much welcome to be the final speaker of the panel and give your perspective.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody from Madrid. As the chairman said, it's true, I belong to the second panel. So when I'm talking about in these few minutes, it's basically the problem that we have with the housing policy in Spain. So, and I'll try to give you some ideas or some advices. So what I've just published a book towards a new fiscal policy on housing that could arise a lot of money instead of, and this a lot of money could use for financing housing policies and also for the environmental policies that you have said before. First of all, I would like to explain briefly how been the housing policy in Spain during the last 40 years, because that's what exactly you don't have to do. We have no housing policy as a normal state, because we are what I understand, a real estate policy. So in Spain, what we have done during the last 30 years have been construct a lot of houses, by the private sector. We have subsidized some of them for low-income people. But today we have, for example, 80% of the population is owner, and only around 15% of the people live in renting or use the renting market, right? Also, we have a big problem as a government because we have a low reliable housing statistics, especially in the renting market. We don't have exactly how many people are living in renting. We don't have exactly what are the prices of renting market. So for policymakers, there are a lot of problems in order to do good policy or good economic policy on housing. I worked for the Spanish government a few years ago, and I had the possibility to explain and explore these big problems. Another big problem comparing to many European countries that we have only around 2% of the stock of housing, public housing or social housing. So it's just a few compared to, for example, to Vienna, which is around 60% of the whole stock is public or social, or France, or Germany, or Holland, or whatever. I mean, in Spain is the worst market for people, in people that want to access to an affordable and decent housing. So we have lots of things to do, but the problem is that all the governments so far would not really enforce to change the policies during either by socialist parties or conservative parties, right? Another problem we have is we have a high speculation on land. I mean, the land speculation is one of the biggest problems, and also the cost of the houses, or the inflation of the housing in the housing market, right? Another problem we have, and we have suffered, is that the housing fiscal policies have been in the past. All of them are towards buying housing instead of renting housing. Also, there's several research on the Spanish market that said that around 50% of the price of the house is due to the housing of the fiscal policy towards buying houses, right? The result of all of this is that younger and vulnerable population have today high eviction risk without any housing solution, right? So it's one of the main problems. You can change the next slides, please. So that's right. Next one, please. So we have a quite important population, especially younger people and vulnerable population, that do not have any solution, housing solution, instead of the eviction risk. So that's one of the main problems we have right now in Spain. Also, in the past, and now things are changing because of the funds we're getting from the UA. But in the past, we didn't have any housing renovation policy. I mean, just a few renovation policy is done in Spain. So we have a lot of work to do, because we have, like I said before, really old housing stock, especially in the low-income neighborhood. For example, in Madrid, there are a lot of buildings without elevator, a lot. But the problem also is that the local government takes up around 3 years to give the permission to install a new elevator. So there are a lot of problems around the renovation policies because of first of all, because of lack of money, and also because of the institutions and the local governments, which are not really efficient in improving all these kinds. You can change, please. So the last, I mean, the problem with the funding housing policies, also we need, also, and probably what you have said before, we need public and private funds. So only the public sector cannot afford to build and to renovate and to give the opportunity to access an affordable house, right? So the public and affordable renting, only on renting, must be the main goals. I have a big discussion here in Spain trying to explain that the only, from my point of view, the only social policy is renting, not helping to buy a house. So that's a difficult task in Spain, because people in Spain, they have the high propensity to buy a house, yeah? Just because the history of Spanish people is a history of owners. But I think we have to change the mentality into the society, but also the change of mentality in governments, let's say local, central, or regional governments. Also, we have a problem that we don't have a specific market, the build to rent and housing renovation, because in the past only the big constructors are able to build to buy, but not build to rent. So that's another task we have to enforce, the Spanish authorities and also the Spanish private sector also. Another problem we have is that there's no new, we don't use the new building materials on housing, and also the new modern modular construction, which reduce time to build, and also money and public policies. So that's another aim we have in Spain, is that we start to use new materials, more efficient, and also new modular construction in order to provide housing in some places, right? A huge problem we have is that they have to finance the village or the municipalities in Spain. We have the problem with the surplus value on land sales. There's a big discussion also in Spain, who gets the surplus value? We try to study what are the best practices in Europe, and we found that, for example, in the UK, 100% of this surplus value goes to the city instead of the owner of the land. So that's a possibility to change also the policies, even maybe including an European directive, in order to force the countries to change also this kind of policy, or the kind of the revenues of the surplus value. Well, so from my point of view, the real problem in Spain, and also I think all over, is that the land is not only the problem of housing or the cost of housing, but the land. Land is what we get more expensive because of the surplus value, as I told before. So we have to find a way to increase the tax on landing, right? So we need to cut land speculation to reduce housing prices. For me, both things come together, and I think it's a big task, or a big work we have to, especially in Spain, but I think in all over the places. So what finally I try to introduce here at the debate is that why we don't start with tax the land, okay, as Denmark and UK do in the same way. So this could be a solution for municipalities to finance all the housing policies. Could be avoid speculation. The fiscal income, for example, in Spain, if we try to simulate the revenue for 2% of all kind of land in Spain, how much money we'll get from this kind of tax, and it gets around 100,000 million euros per year. So I think this is a good time to start this debate among Europe in order to implement this tax on land, and because it's easy to collect, it's a neutral and efficient tax because do not affect the consumer or investment decisions. More or less is what I would like to say, and I'd be really happy to be here, and I hope this will help to the debate and also to ask questions if there is some. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alejandro, for your presentation. It was also very focused. And just to wrap up our discussion, I'm right now welcoming our participants in presence also to come up with questions, if you have any, or your remarks on what we have heard today. Also, you're very much welcome to ask questions to the panelists. Yes, we have a question here. Microphone is coming.
Thank you very much. I speak in French. Is this possible? Okay.
Sure.
Ok, thank you. Je voulais surtout remercier cette conférence.
I would like to thank the organizers and participants of this conference for the discussions here today, and I would also like to share some information in the context of this discussion. So thank you for organizing this discussion, and thank you to all of the participants for their, and thank you to all the speakers for their presentation. So a couple of years ago in Lisbon, in 2021, an agreement was signed in Lisbon on establishing a platform and this agreement was signed with the goal of improving housing availability. It was signed by various stakeholders, and it established the European platform for dealing with these issues. And Julia Verbucci, who is with us here today as well, was part of promoting this initiative and signing this declaration. And as regards the housing issue, we have to again circle back to the issue of people with disabilities and the challenges that they face, the challenges that also are faced by people who are without a home at the moment. So using this platform, we had an opportunity to cooperate at European level with the governments of various member states. And the Commission also adopted this platform to be in place until 2030 in order to promote policies for available, affordable housing. In February of this year, preparatory work was done to actually launch this platform that I'm speaking about, and this platform opens the door to various initiatives, various programs aimed at improving the affordability and availability of housing and involving social partners and public institutions that are committed to implement the necessary measures in order to make these projects happen and promote the implementation of this plan, we are paying special attention to ways of attracting funding and investments for implementing these initiatives. And this platform also promotes exchange of information in regard to availability of financing and also opportunities to obtain financing at regional and local level. The European Council is also working on this issue of housing. And we are organizing various events and activities, measures at social level in cooperation with our social partners in order to promote exchange of best practices. And furthermore, this platform also provides the opportunity to exchange information and experience in order to overcome poverty. So this platform is a very important tool, and it has allowed us to achieve certain progress. A database has been set up that can be widely used, and as regards we've achieved progress in regard to cooperation with OECD and other European institutions, and various projects are being implemented. And Eurostat will also play its role in improving the data and information available on this platform. The data that is currently available there is very valuable, and I urge you to take advantage of it. And thank you again for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much for your extended remark, and we have one more speak, but I will kindly ask you to be brief because there's possibly other also speakers who may want to use the remaining very few minutes before we give our floor to Baiba to make closing remarks.
Yeah, thank you very much. We'll be in 2 minutes. I am from Romania, from Bucharest, and we have this issue, and I am related a little bit with the intervention from Spain, because our colleagues from Spain said that for a lift reform you need 3 years, if I understood. I think the same you will have, you'll need to do it in Bucharest. So first problem is the wrong and the bad administration that we have in the cities related with this. A lot of corruption, we are not saying here, but it's a lot of corruption in our city when it's about to take this paper that you need to build something. So everybody is discouraged, and this is creating an informal market and activities. That is a problem. Wrong territorial management, because in Bucharest now it's raising very fast because of opportunities which are not creating in the other areas. So this is creating another problem, the speculation. And of course, the wrong taxation policies, has been said by Mr. Peter in the intervention, Peter Sweetman, has been an extended presentation of the mechanism. But I don't see the mechanism the European Commission has, because it's creating even more problems with the ETS for building for the sectors, having near zero ambitions for 2050 or reduced until 2030 will mean more money for these people. From where we will take this? I saw the programs of support, but the bureaucracy, it's a burden which I don't think we have the capacity to face it. So that are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I think that some criticism is always very appropriate and helps us to improve. But since we have really reached the very last minutes of our event, I will now welcome Baiba to say a few closing words and address our conference participants with greetings at the closing.
Paldies, paldies, Gunār. Man šķiet, ka mums ir nepieciešams divas.
Thank you, Gunnar. In fact, I thought to myself that we should have organized a 2-day conference instead of 1 day, because 1 day is not nearly enough to discuss everything. 1 day for presentations, the other one for the discussions purely. But this only shows how important and how timely this discussion is for individual participants and member states that we represent. I would like to wholeheartedly thank all the participants of the panel discussions today. Indeed, we got a lot of useful information, data, statistics, facts and figures that we will be able to efficiently apply in our future work. And we heard about challenges, we heard about solutions, and I'm very thankful to all the panelists, as well as moderator Gunnar Svaldmanis, who spent the whole day together with us looking into these solutions. Would like to thank Ministry of Economy and the DEN section as well, who without you, this wouldn't nearly be as good as it were. Since most of our conference was in English, let me deliver my concluding remarks in English.
Mentioned is relevant and urgent for discussion, and it's not a topic only for Latvia, but also for many EU countries. We have heard today examples of best practices and projects, financial instruments and existing policies at local, national, European levels to achieve affordable housing for all. The European Union is aiming to fund the renovation of 30 million houses through available funding and facilities, including rural areas in particular, through the Renovation Wave strategy. However, there is room for improvement. And for example, Minister INDRIKSONE this morning already mentioned that there was little done in the last 30 years. Despite that, we heard also very good examples from some of the municipalities, and we heard mentioning Valmiera municipality and also Jelgava municipality. We need to remember that there are retired people, there are low-income households, there are young people, disabled people, migrants and refugees. Thinking about the Ukraine crisis, Latvia accepted 35,000 Ukrainians. We need to remember this population that are in the vulnerable situation and might face even more difficult times. We heard good figures of social housing in some member states, and some others are in preparation. We heard good experience from city of Vienna, and we heard that city of Vienna is also sharing good example with capital of Riga. Not only good practice, but also different good solutions and financial models. A diversity of financial instruments is available by European Investment Bank, and they are available for 24 countries already. There are many bottom-up approaches like private-public partnerships, cooperatives, specialized agencies, and of course, European Commission that are looking at the issues from bottom-up approach. And of course, paying attention to local level and households in need. This conference welcomed a full set of EU institutions, and I wish to thank them again for participating. We heard the European Parliament, we heard the European Commission, European Committee of Regions, European Investment Bank, and of course, Economic and Social Committee. In this way, we have put together EU level with speakers representing municipalities, civil society organizations, and some examples from national and regional governments. This shows how of them are working together and how important it is to look at different situations and conditions to facilitate affordable housing and energy efficiency of buildings. We learned also that banks are slowly learning how to invest themselves in investment initiatives. Private-public partnerships are made in order to absorb EU funding. Youth, disabled people, consumers have their say more and more, so we are more visible and more heard. Mr. Secretary of State, dear friends and colleagues, today's work has been a good example of how the committee, both representing grassroots civil society organizations, but also acting at EU level, can bridge between different stakeholders and state and EU actors so that we can join forces in favor to better life for all. I hope you have a very good day today. I hope you got many contacts, very important exchanges, and I hope you will bring some of them for the further activities. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and I would like to also thank our technicians and interpreters ensuring that this day was possible. Thank you so much.